Hello, good morning. Shall we start today's session? We are a bit late. In fact, we forgot to remind everybody that today we were going to start half an hour early. So therefore, we're running late. So therefore, we will finish this session at 10 o'clock. The next session we start 10 to 11, and then I'm afraid we'll have a shorter coffee break. Okay? So without further ado, let's welcome Florian and Mostnud from UCL and Professor Massimo Fusillo from Università.
Okay, thank you to everybody, and let's start very soon. So I want to introduce Florian, just a few words, and his field is Italian contemporary literature and comparative literature at UCL and also at Roma III. And Florian has been working a lot with postmodern contemporary novel, European novel, Italian European novel, especially on hybrid forms between literature and visual arts. And his recent research is focused on apocalyptic representations, and of course has much to do with the problem of catastrophe and reconstruction and representation of catastrophe. So please,
Great.
Florian.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Thank you for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here, to be in L'Aquila, to be introduced by my distinguished colleague and dear friend Massimo Fusillo, who has certainly been very central to making L'Aquila one of the important reference points for comparative literary studies nationally and internationally, and also speaking on behalf of the Cities Partnerships Program in UCL. We're very, very happy indeed to be one of the many sponsors of this important event. So thank you to Lucia, Farnaz, Banvi and the whole team for organizing this conference at such a sort of high level. So the topic the title of my lecture, as you can see, is Writing for a Broken World, Literature and Catastrophe in the 21st Century. I will skip some sections in order to stick to our rather excitingly draconian timetable this morning, but let me see how much I can say. So, the opening decades of the 21st century have witnessed an unprecedented surge of apocalypse fiction, a genre that is perhaps best understood as an ongoing exploration of what will remain or what ought to remain of Homo sapiens after the end of human civilization. Climate change, resource depletion, and social collapse are just some of the terrifying scenarios that are endlessly replayed in these narratives. In my lecture today, I wish to map this growing interest in narratives of emergency, global catastrophe, and survival in a damaged world. I will also relate it to ideas of resilience and reconstruction that are central to our conference. Drawing widely from 21st century literature, I will argue that apocalyptic thinking plays a key role in contemporary conceptions of human vulnerability, shaping pervasive stories and values. I also wish to suggest that apocalyptic storytelling, which is sometimes viewed as an articulation of anxious paralysis, may in fact function as a site of progressive activism and resilience, and as a means to building more livable futures. Contemporary apocalypse literature, in other words, is not only a response to our growing sense of existential risk and threat, but a means to rethink and express the value of human and non-human life on a fragile, unpredictable, and inextricably entangled planet. So let me begin with some considerations about genre. Concerns about existential risk and narratives of global catastrophe are, of course, as old as human culture itself. Think, for instance, of the flood myth in the Akkadian epic of Atrahasis, composed approximately 1,650 years before Christ, or of the much older epic of Gilgamesh, which dates back to the 2nd millennium before Christ. Apocalypse literature, by contrast, is a relatively recent cultural phenomenon, which originates in its modern form in the early 19th century with novels such as Jean-Baptiste Cousin de Granville's Le Dernier Homme, written and published in 1805, or Mary Shelley's The Last Man of 1826. 19th and 20th century apocalypse narratives, in their most characteristic form, tended to focus on global events, such as lethal pandemics, devastating comet strikes, and nuclear wars. Unlike earlier religious end-time narratives, modern last man fictions, that is, tales of solitary survivors and of the sudden annihilation of the human species. So these fictions do not celebrate fixed identities or the idea of a stable community held together by faith or shared rituals. Instead, they focus on experiences of solitude, the disruption of order, crises of identity, and the encounter with a reality that eludes human understanding. Transcendent imagery spreads here from orthodox religious forms into awe-inspiring depictions of catastrophe, vistas of vastness and terror. The topic of much modern speculative fiction, as Warren Wager notes, is not eschatology in the original sense of religious teaching about the end, but rather, I quote, disaster in the highest order of magnitude. The idea of the end of the world not as a restatement or exegesis of biblical teaching, but as a creative act of the secular imagination. Last man fictions thus naturalize the cultural legacy of religion in modern secular life, placing a consistent emphasis on what we may call, in James Berger's or Teresa Heffernan's terms, the post-apocalyptic. That is, at a thematic level, journeys through wastelands created by cataclysms, attempts to establish new communities, the re-emergence of violence and conflict, often, but not always, a return to civilization. And I'll paraphrase a little bit here because to save time, but in my work I distinguish between three basic plot structures here, what I call the social foundation or social contract plot, which is a sort of catastrophe followed by the creation of a new community. These tend to be very political fictions. Then the second plot structure is the neo-Edenic plot, which is essentially a kind of sort of boy meets girl narrative in the ruins. It's usually boy meets girl as opposed to sort of girl meets boy, at least until the 1970s. We come back to that. And then finally, the third plot structure is what I call, and this is actually a term which Warren Wager also uses, the dead end fiction, which is the one which literally, where the end of the novel coincides with the end of human life on Earth. And surprisingly, perhaps these are hugely less frequent than the other two plot structures. So the vast majority of apocalyptic fiction in the Western tradition throughout the 19th and 20th century are either neo-Edenic or social contract narratives. They're not actual dead-end narratives. So so just to say that these are rooted in popular culture, they do not constitute a canon in the strict sense of the word, and are often unaware of the existence of other examples of their kind, by which I mean to say that many writers of apocalyptic fiction seem to write in the genuine and sincere conviction that they are the first to have come up with this very exciting idea. So many of these, of course, because of their kind of sort of very peculiar status halfway between sort of kind of philosophical speculation and popular literature, genre literature, they also tend to sort of not be very easily, they're not very easily accessible texts. They're not very widely circulated, and they're very difficult to find after a few years after initial publication. So I won't say anything much about these texts, which are the modernist examples, except to say that they M.P. Shields' The Purple Cloud, which is a Victorian example, or Sidney Fowler Wright's Deluge from 1927, which is sort of golden age science fiction, or indeed the post-war novel Earth Abides by George Stewart, or its British counterpart or equivalent, Alfred Noy's The Last Man. I won't talk about these for reasons of time, except to say that they are texts which are very, very heavily and emphatically focused on a particular idea of gender, on a particular idea of a heroic masculinity, and on the idea of catastrophe as something that, and collapse as something that enables what is described as a mature masculinity, which dispenses with material comforts, but is rewarded with new forms of political supremacy, and often also with new forms of sexual gratification. Brian Aldiss, the great British science fiction writer and historian of science fiction, mockingly described these as cozy catastrophes. Right? So sort of what I described earlier as boy meets girl stories in ruins. Right, moving on very swiftly then to the 21st century. As the gravity of the present environmental crisis becomes more evident, stories of planetary catastrophe have become progressively associated with the slow, irreversible deterioration of environmental conditions and with the potentially catastrophic global interconnection of technologies, exchanges, and movements. The distinction between so-called natural and man-made apocalypse appears increasingly meaningless in an age that has come to view Earth as a single, interlocked feedback system. Over the past 18 years, the concept of the Anthropocene, first proposed, as you know, by the atmospheric chemist Paul Crutzen and the ecologist Eugene Sturmer, has developed a cultural life of its own. Earth scientists have paid growing attention to political, economic, social, and cultural structures in a manner that cuts across established disciplinary boundaries, like this conference, and calls for a reconceptualization of the relation between humans and non-human nature. Similarly, many social scientists, philosophers, historians, cultural critics have shifted the focus of their inquiries towards natural processes and forms, that is, climate patterns, drought zones, loss of species, and so on. As U.C. Parika explains, the concept of the Anthropocene is perceived by a growing number of scholars as a challenge to the traditional humanities, but also as, I quote, a useful trigger for a variety of approaches that are interested in the non-human and post-human. Beyond the specific expertise of earth scientists, the Anthropocene has become an important staging ground for controversies about environmental justice, the future of capitalism, and the political, economic, and cultural causes and consequences of population growth, climate change, and species loss. So, returning to literature and film, we have a flurry of recent novels and films which complicate and distort the generic structures of conventional speculative fiction, directing their resources against a crudely realist mode. Consider, for example, Cormac McCarthy's hugely influential The Road and John Hillcoat's filmic adaptation of 2009. As has been noted, this story, which is set in a surreal and fantastic ash-covered wasteland, makes no direct mention of any catastrophic event, and focuses entirely on the human experience of surviving and living morally in the aftermath of absolute catastrophe. So, rupture is not experienced as a singular event, but as a condition of existence, as a mode of being. Something peculiar seems to have happened to our perception of time and to the word crisis, whose original meaning from the Greek word kirein, meaning to separate, to cut, denotes a sharply defined climactic event, possibly dangerous, but in any case decisive. Contemporary discussions of the seemingly never-ending crisis of, say, Brexit or migration or reconstruction, the world economy, etc., preserve very little of this original meaning. Cataclysms are no longer perceived as historical turning points, but rather as the imminent condition of our cultural present. The patterns evoked in many debates are not ones of logical cause and effect, catastrophe and aftermath, but of ever-expanding circles of trouble, intersecting and mutually reinforcing calamities. And we have a lot of natural metaphors. So crises are said to spill like liquids, or move in waves of destruction, or cause meltdown. So the cultural responses to global catastrophe too have changed and evolved in response to these new perceptions and temporalities of existential risk and planetary connectedness. Modernist narratives of catastrophe, as we saw, celebrate resilience and the importance of survival as the individual capacity to withstand trauma and to recover autonomy. 21st century apocalypse fiction embraces the fundamental unpredictability and interconnectedness of post-Holocenic societies and ecologies. Many contemporary apocalypse novels and films respond critically to the idea of resilience and to the notion of the rational and the morally autonomous subject on which this idea of resilience is premised. A focus on bare survival defines the plot structure of many internationally successful apocalyptic novels, which omit, like The Road, any direct reference to catastrophic events and leave us without any sort of concrete hope of reconstruction or redemption. And I'm thinking, for example, just to give you a few examples, of Thomas Glavinich's Die Arbeit der Nacht, translated into English as Night Work, Niccolò Amaniti's Anna, translated into English as Anna, or Jan Yanke's, I'm not sure how to pronounce this properly, Xi, I think, translated into English as The Day the Sun Died. 21st century literature thus promotes a profoundly critical response to a hegemonic consciousness of crisis and marks a creative and constructive critical reflection on its workings. Against the tragic but no longer cathartic force of crisis, it casts a melancholy and sometimes playful gaze on the cultural present and promotes a self-knowledge that embraces the sense of perennial crisis. At this level, 21st century fiction is informed by what has been described by the Irish scholar Michael Cronin as a politics of microspection. That is, it deliberately adopts the standpoint of the local, the habitat, and explores daily life, private spaces, shared spaces, in the hope that these might point towards a new experience of the planet. And again, I give you, I don't know how many Italian speakers are in the audience, but since we are in Italy, I wanted to give you a few Italian examples of this, because it's a very sort of striking phenomenon in the Italian context. These are all post-apocalyptic novels. Antonio Scurati's La Seconda Mezzanotte, set in Venice. Bruno Arpaia's Qualcosa là fuori, set partly in Naples. Tullio Avoledo's Le radici del cielo, set in Venice and Rome. Niccolò Amaniti's Anna, set in Sicily. Paolo Zanotti's Bambini Bonsai, set in Genoa. Right. Close parenthesis. Please bear with me if none of this means very much to you. Novels with multiple timelines, it's one of the difficulties of sort of ambitiously cross-disciplinary work, right? I'm speaking to Massimo, I'm also speaking to those of you who are perhaps not very avid readers of sort of contemporary literature and who have to sort of, in a sense, trust me with these summaries and lists. Finally, novels with multiple timelines are increasingly frequent. So novels that sort of give us a past, present, and dystopian future. Consider, for example, I think I have this on my PowerPoint, Michael Cunningham's Specimen Days, David Mitchell's The Bone Clocks, also David Mitchell's The Cloud Atlas, which is his more well-known novel, but the Bone Clocks, in my view, speaking off record as a reader and not as a sort of scholar, The Bone Clocks is the much better novel of the two, in my view. Emily St. John Mandel's Station 11, Maya Lunde's Bienenhistorie, The History of Bees, Ruth Lee's Sweet Fruit Sour Land. Each of these texts is specifically concerned with the materiality of loss, dwindling resources, dying species, forgotten words, and cultural practices. Elaborate plot lines juxtapose the historical past and present with dark, fictional futures that are very clearly recognizable as the nightmarish, protracted aftermath of the author's own world. Gradual environmental devastation is figured as a terrifyingly slow apocalypse that erodes historically textured landscapes shaped by the interaction between communities across generations and between humans and non-humans. Right, how am I doing with time? Shall I wrap up or shall I?
Here you can.
I'll say something, make one more point, thank you Massimo. The idea of planetary space. So I'll very quickly sort of come to this from a slightly different perspective and look at popular science writing. And look at this text, which is interesting, The Uninhabitable Earth by the New York journalist David Wallace Wells, which was published in January 2009. The cryptic marketing campaign for this book spelled a simple but daunting message: the uninhabitable Earth, ... coming soon. A different slogan, I actually saw this in London on Tottenham Hale Tube Station, something about the size it is here, saying the uninhabitable Earth coming soon, and I thought, I have to better sort of finish my own book before it's too late. So a different slogan shared widely on social media said, "It is worse, much worse than you think." The immediate context of these apocalyptic communications is unexplained, but the campaign's wider meaning is very clearly spelled out by the recurrent image of a dead bee, not just any lifeless animal, but a representative of the particular non-human species whose decline in recent years has been most frequently associated with the complex and inextricable relationship between society and nature. The bee, in other words, speaks to a growing awareness that mass extinction constitutes a direct existential threat to human societies. Curled on itself and resting on its side, the small insect marks not only the visual center point of the image, but also a locus of particular vulnerability, the symbolic center of a tangled pattern of intersecting and mutually reinforcing calamities that are no longer perceived as singular catastrophic events, but rather experienced as the imminent condition of our planetary present and near future. What makes the bee's death much worse than you think, in Wallace Wells' terms, is not its own mortality, but its implied relation to the increasingly likely collapse of human societies as a result of climate change, a prospect that is also evoked by the book's furiously terrifying title, The Uninhabitable Earth, A Story of the Future. I'll skip a little bit here and just sort of maybe say that the idea of a shrinking world, like in fact Wallace Wells' idea of an uninhabitable Earth, resonates very powerful in many recent works of literature and popular science. So this shrinking world is no longer the utopian globalist fantasy of a borderless world. Of course, the utopian globalists wrote in the 1990s about a shrinking world, meaning a vast, increasingly egalitarian network of economic, political, and cultural interdependence brought about by new communication technologies. But in this case, what is meant by shrinking world much more literally is the tragic prospect of a plausible future in which many regions of the planet have become unlivable. So densely populated areas wiped out by rapidly rising sea levels, equatorial regions devastated by heat waves and droughts, and so on. According to environmental activist Bill McKibben, climate change, I quote, may not quite be game ending, but it seems at the very least to utterly change the board on which the game is played, and in more profound ways than anyone now imagines. The habitable planet has literally begun to shrink. And again, biologist E.A. Wilson has coined the term half-Earth, and this bleak forecast was promptly trumped by Wallace Wells in a spirit of ever-growing claustrophobic anxiety. You know, my shrinking world is smaller than your shrinking world. So he says, Wallace Wells says, the fraction may be much smaller than that, and not by choice. I'll skip a little bit here. This is a part which maybe we can come back to about sort of extinction and mourning. Just to sort of say that a lot of these narratives are also very much indebted to the idea of elegy and to the kind of sort of cultural tradition of elegy. So they're kind of sort of mourning. A lot of them are mourning diaries. And something that is, here you have some examples of sort of mourning books written about and for particular species. There's a lot of them, and as you can see, some of them even have the same titles. That's always a bad sign when people sort of write so much that they don't even have time to check on Amazon whether somebody else has already used that title before. So it's a big phenomenon. And just to say, I guess in conclusion, that mourning, mourning is more the sort of temporal dimension of this phenomenon, whereas the idea of the shrinking world is more the sort of spatial, geographical aspect of what is happening. But they're similarly moving away, as I hope to have shown, from this idea of sort of apocalypse as a singular cataclysmic event. This is a nice quotation by the anthropologist Tom van Doren, who explains, and I'll just read out this quotation very, very quickly, in spending time, so this is a book about bird species threatened by extinction. It says, in spending time in this terrain of living and dying, I have become acutely aware that extinction is never a sharp, singular event, something that begins, rapidly takes place, and then is over and done with. Rather, the edge of extinction is more often a dull one, a slow unraveling of intimately entangled ways of life that begins long before the death of the last individual and continues to ripple forward long afterwards, drawing in living beings in a range of different ways. In conclusion, then, right, I think I have one more page here. Traditional attention to the gradual one-by-one extinction of individual species has given way to a more troubling awareness that multi-species communities live and die in entanglement with others, and that all species, including us, are now contributing to the acceleration of mass extinction, but are also tragically engulfed and threatened by it. The 21st century, as cultural theorist Claire Colebrook puts it, is marked by a sense of human extinction, both literally with the biological species coming to an end, and figuratively with all that passes itself off as human facing annihilation by way of technological, ecological, and political catastrophe. I'll skip again. Okay, I think this is a good place to sort of read the conclusion. Elegiac and melodramatic narratives of extinction, according to the American scholar Ursula Heise, foster a nostalgic and pessimistic attitude, which is also increasingly common among environmental conservationists. 2.5 decades after the Rio Earth Summit, most researchers and environmental activists concur that we can no longer prevent the catastrophic consequences of anthropogenic climate change, but can only hope to limit its pace and extent and seek to adjust to the new conditions. Some have argued that we must learn to let go of certain species and ecosystems. As Donna Haraway points out, it has become difficult to maintain any hope for the future or to perpetuate individual or collective efforts to improve the lives of human and non-human others. So the idea of reconstruction itself seems to be, when viewed from this perspective, increasingly sort of difficult. So does the new anthropocentric discourse of grief, does the new sort of idea of sort of post-apocalypse strike the right balance between naive hope and paralyzing despair? A game-over attitude, writes Haraway, appears sadly appropriate, and yet, she says, there's a fine line between acknowledging the extent and seriousness of the troubles and succumbing to what she calls abstract futurism and its effects of sublime despair and its politics of sublime indifference. So, in conclusion, really properly, I promise, in conclusion, then with a shift of perspective, I think that literature can give a different and more positive idea to apocalypse and to planetary mourning. Thinking beyond the logic of closure, it offers a starting point for rethinking our individual and planetary future by relinquishing the tragic temporality of loss, not in favor of a sort of naive idea of resilience, but in virtue of new forms of posthumous and possibly post-human vitality. In this sense, biology itself might offer radical alternatives to anthropocentrism. Our most radical hope for the future, according to this view, lies not in an imagined apocalyptic closure, not in a return to a literature of apocalyptic closure, but in the perpetual self-transformation of life in all its forms, a force which transcends all existing social categories, boundaries, and limits, and opens up our personal, social, and cultural existence to endless becoming. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Florian. Thank you also for cutting your rich paper and rich contribution. It was, and we have time now for discussion. It was really an extremely dense and rich overview of the post-apocalyptic fiction of 21st literature. You showed so many nuances, many shades, many aspects, also from the point of view of literary genres. So we have elegy, we have sublime, we have, in a way, comedy, or and also the philosophical backgrounds are extremely variegated. So we have certainly much to discuss. Please.
Thank you. I'm David Alexander, also from UCL. That was a very interesting perspective, and I thank you. It reminded me of a review of one of my own books. You know, it's worse, much worse than you expected. However, I was going to ask whether you see any trace of identity politics in this. Is it always we're all in the same boat, or is there some differentiation?
Thank you. That's a really good question. Shall I answer them individually?
I think individually.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
Thank you. One of the exciting things about having these big initiatives in Italy is that we can finally meet our UCL colleagues, which is wonderful. Yes, I didn't really comment on this very much today, but of course, from the point of view of sort of cultural studies or literary studies, I would say that precisely the way that debates around the Anthropocene intersect or don't intersect with identity politics is one of the big issues. I think that's one of the sort of contributions which the humanities and the social sciences can and must make. And in fact, I think it's not at all, in my view, obvious that the debate around the Anthropocene will be shaped by an awareness of, gender difference. inequality, geographically, geopolitical inequality, racial inequality, etc. There are some really important contributions. I mean, the most recent one is a little booklet by Catherine Yusuf, published by Minnesota Press, which is called 1 Billion Black Anthropocenes or None, which sort of very, very forcefully challenges this idea of sort of that the anthropos of Anthropocene discourse is kind of sort of the Vitruvian man. But then on the other hand, you have contributions. There's an Australian philosopher called Clive Hamilton, for example, who very, very much insists on this idea that anthropos the idea of anthropos must inform a new kind of sort of sense of political and moral responsibility, which takes us beyond identity politics and takes us beyond, in fact, the post-human. So in my view, it's an open debate. I suspect we probably are mostly in this room on the same side of that debate, but I think that the contributions that come from the earth science and from the natural science are not necessarily always paying particular attention to these questions. I mean, the other context for it would be the debate around sort of what to call it: Anthropocene, Capitalocene, Cthulhucene, and it's an anthropo meme almost. I mean, there's so many names for it, but yes, the Anthropocene, I guess. Yes, I don't know whether that answered your question or. Thank you.
Serena.
Serena from the Università, and I'm picking up from what you just said because I'm wondering if in the novels, I mean, you said something, so I'd like you to expand on the theme of the reproduction of human life in the novels that you've been talking about, because, and of course, Donna Haraway talks about making not kids.
Yes.
And the issue of, the end of the human life also means, sterility and, it seems to me like one of the main issues, which is of course is a gender issue and of the classical plot of the post-apocalyptic novel. How do you reproduce human life? And does it, as you mentioned at the beginning, storytelling can envision new models.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that is what happens, or are there any possible scenarios in this respect in the works that you've been working on?
That's a really good question. Okay, I'm very interested in this idea of what I call sort of parental futurism. So this sort of idea of the debate around antinatalism, or sort of the idea that the decline, or the sort of, at least sort of demographically, the human species is the only kind of sort of way in which we can work towards a greater balance of planetary ecologies. It's very difficult to find a nuanced discussion of this, which isn't sort of extremely partisan, either in the philosophical debates or in the literature. And one of the reasons, as you say, is that the figure of the child is such a sort of hugely symbolic and symbolically important figure, for all the reasons. Massimo is a great scholar of Lee Edelman, and sort of the way that sort of queer theory has sort of theorized futurity and the figure of the child as a sort of problematic but very powerful icon of futurity. So you have these children all the time. Very often you have men with children, which is kind of sort of, I don't even have to say much about this, because there's very obviously something there. This is changing in terms of sort of plot structures and sort of imaginary. This is changing very rapidly now, because we have many women writing apocalypse fiction. Since the Hunger Games and the Margaret Atwood boom, there's now a lot of women, probably more women writing apocalypse fiction than men. I dare say. So the specific tropes are changing, but the focus on on reproduction, and the child isn't changing at all. So I would say it's very difficult to find what you're looking for, which is sort of in the literary context, representations of care and cohabitation that are genuinely post-human and not linked to this idea of sort of futurity. I also personally think that possibly any idea of hope, however radical, needs to sort of still be linked to an idea of the human species. But I mean, I know that Donna Haraway, for example, would sort of disagree with this, and maybe you would as well. I mean, that's over coffee.
So I have a question on post-human, because the frequency of the use of the prefix post implies also the difficulty of categorization we have towards contemporary culture. So we need this post and just to describe the complexity of contemporary phenomenon. And in case of post-apocalyptic has a temporal meaning usually. So it's after the apocalypse. And also in this case, post can be, in the case of neo-Adamic, in the case of, can be also a kind of regeneration. So the apocalypse, the catastrophe is something that creates a new life, a new social contract. In the case of post-human, it's just the opposite. It means to go beyond anthropos, beyond human, and to make this hybridization, human and non-human, you have been talking about. But I just ask how is central for you the philosophical concept of post-human, philosophical and artistic narrative, because actually, as you know, it comes from visual arts as concept. This concept of post-human in your conclusions about the role that literature can have, especially if we think of post-apocalyptic fiction as a process, not as an event that regenerates, but a long process of changing our idea of a human.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. The post-apocalyptic is used both, to describe a particular set of themes and plots, so sort of novels or films or computer games or whatever that are sort of set after the catastrophe. But it also, as you say, means a kind of sort of general condition of existence, which in a sense is shaped by the awareness that sort of catastrophe is already in our past and is sort of in our present and is unfolding all around us. Similarly, I guess the post-human is, both can be a kind of sort of, can articulate a desire to sort of move beyond certain forms of anthropocentrism, but can also be a way of articulating the fact that our existence in the present and our existence as a species, ever since sort of the beginnings of sort of the human species, has always been much more sort of intertwined and entangled and dependent on other species than we imagine. So it's always, so the temporality is always sort of twofold. I think it's always kind of sort of descriptive in that utopian sense, but also sort of diagnostic. For me, the post-human is a very, very important tool, and it's certainly, from my work around this, it's important to kind of sort of differentiate between the post-human and the transhuman, which is this kind of sort of fantasy of empowerment, or sort of anthropos without sapiens, sort of anthropos possibly as a machine or AI future. So I'm not very. This is also a really interesting strand of sort of writing and an interesting strand of philosophical
debate.
Very
risky, the transhumanism.
Yes. But and it, absolutely, and if you look at sort of things like Nick Bostrom's work, for example, I mean, he thinks of, when he talks about sort of global existential risk, he sees lots of these sort of things associated with the transhuman as the sort of most significant risk factors, in fact. In terms of sort of, if you ask me whether, how I kind of sort of frame my own work, I would sort of find the category of the post-human more productive. Yeah, absolutely. Please.
Thank you for a very interesting presentation. I work in Japan, so I'm looking at post-disaster in Japan, and literature in post-disaster Japan has also a nuance of spirituality and looking at the relationship between the human and non-human in a sense of spiritual way.
Yes.
So ghosts and
Yes.
souls of the dead. And
I'd love to hear more about this.
If you think that this might be a cultural difference between the literature you're looking at, like in Europe and in Japan, it's different because of some cultural thing, or it's just something that might be coexistent in different realities.
Yeah, gosh. I'd be very cautious, of course, about sort of generalizing between these sort of, and sort of even sort of trying to describe something which is a general Western trend, partly because what I'm interested in is actually sort of trying to sort of pay closer attention to sort of German, French, Italian examples to sort of see how they might change our perspective on what is largely an Anglophone canon. So I don't know whether there is much of a sort of general Western tradition. If there is a Western tradition, I would say it is indeed characterized probably by, now generalizing hugely and problematically, but it's fun. The sort of the three Bobby Veninger, who's a sort of London-based colleague who's written a big book on this called Sublime Conclusions. He talks about 3 stages, right? Sort of divine apocalypse, natural apocalypse, man-made apocalypse. That's hugely problematic because, of course, these sort of you can't look at any particular moment in the 19th and 20th century when these don't sort of somehow intersect and coincide, but there is a shift at the same time. He's right, I think, to talk of a shift, and if you look at the Lisbon earthquake, it's right, I think, to sort of read the Lisbon earthquake as a sort of, and the debate around the Lisbon earthquake as a kind of sort of watershed moment when people in the West talk about catastrophe no longer exclusively or not primarily as a kind of sort of a religious or sort of metaphysical or spiritual phenomenon, but as a natural phenomenon. So that tradition, Mary Shelley, which I mentioned very briefly, Mary Shelley's book is sort of fiercely secular, but then lapses at one point into a kind of sort of bare glimmer of a kind of sort of religious hope. But it's considering that it's early 19th century, it's extraordinarily uninterested in anything that survives this pandemic. So I would say the Western tradition, I mean, you have other traditions, you still have these evangelical religious apocalypse writers, Left Behind and things like that. It's not that these don't exist, but I would say the mainstream is sometimes probably more fiercely secular in a way that seeks to sort of distance itself from the religious origins of the imagination than might be the case in Japan. It's interesting.
We might have
Yes.
to
Yeah.
conclude, unfortunately.
We have to conclude. Thank you
Thank you very much.
Florian.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. Can we start, please? Let me just look at this. Okay, good morning. I'm Julio Davila from UCL. Delighted to be here again. And we have an hour to discuss very interesting, two fascinating books that are very appropriate for the content of this conference and no doubt beyond. On my left is Jeff Cody, who is one of the co-editors of Historic Cities, Issues in Urban Conservation, a hefty volume, doorstopper of a volume, 610 pages. On my right is Farnaz Harefian, who is, of course, the soul of this event. But she and Sayed Moeni have edited Urban Heritage Along the Silk Roads. Looks a bit like this, but it's not quite this one, because it hasn't quite arrived. It got lost in the post. There was a sort of advanced copy which was meant to arrive and it didn't make it on time. Anyway, it's due to be published later this year. So in a way, it is more of a meet the authors or meet the editors rather than launch a book. I mean, we can say that we're launching Jeff's book and we're virtually launching Farnaz's book.
It will arrive. It will be released actually to public.
They're both very rich. I've had a chance to look at the content of both. Certainly not read them, but they're very, very interesting, exciting contents. Jeff and Francesco's book, it's a broad look at the issue, including some classic pieces from the 19th, 20th, and I would say classical pieces from the 21st century, and going back to Victor Hugo and others, and a big appendix. So it's 600 pages, and it sells for $75 from the Getty store, if anybody wants to buy it. Parnassus, and that has 67 chapters, so you can see sort of how hefty it is. Parnassus looks a bit more like this one. It's 16 chapters, and it's organized in 4 parts: urban heritage and cultural identity, governing urban heritage, post-war reconstruction and urban heritage, and zooming in on Iran, which is a specific concern that she has, being Iranian, having worked in this subject for a long time on Iran. I think what's common to both books is the fact that we're facing right now very rapid urban growth generally, and a process of urbanization which is largely irreversible. Even if cities tend to sprawl, these are areas that are growing, and they're growing faster in terms of space and the space they cover than in terms of population, so growing at lower densities, which is a major issue in its own right. But it's also places where the forces of globalization and financialization mean that they have become fantastic places for capital accumulation. This is where a lot of capital that is looking for a home finds its home, and often local politicians and local institutions are happy to welcome them, which means they go into property, which means relatively well-located places within cities are valuable, they increase in price, and they get knocked down regardless of their value, and we have a loss of potentially valuable heritage. So we're dealing with very large, very powerful global forces that planners are fairly unable to deal with, or in some cases they are, and this is what I think would be interesting to discuss in both cases, which is a common point in both. There are more specific issues that are, or issues that are more specific to some areas and some countries. Terrorism is one, destruction of urban heritage by zealous religious organizations. There is conflict and war, which of course we've seen with the destruction of cities like Aleppo and Homs. And then there is also other kinds of destructive forces operating locally. The differences between the two as well is that whereas Harefian and Moeni's focus on case studies specifically with I didn't see any chapter, maybe you can correct me, that looks at the bigger picture and bigger trends. They're specifically case studies, and they come out of the Silk Cities 2017 conference. Cody and Siravos include opinion pieces, theoretical reflections, historical overviews, technical commentaries, or many peppered with very specific examples. And there are fantastic tour de force, I would say, editorial and academic scholarship tour de force in bringing to life pieces that some of us wouldn't be aware of because they're too old and they're not being published, others which are obscure to some of us, but they provide a fantastic overview of things. I have a particular interest in this. I'm not an expert in either conservation or risk or disasters, but I was participant of a conference last year in Rome of the European Urban Historian Association. And I was part of a session called Runenlust, Variations and Counterpoints, which brought together people presenting work around the notion of ruins and what they mean in either in contemporary cities or at the time. Fascinating thing. So it was a very diverse, from our disciplinary, temporal, and geographical viewpoints, a set of papers, and they're being put together and as an edited version, hopefully in urban history, under that title. So you've got pieces from classical Rome to 20th century Yangon and Havana. Anyway, so that's my, if you like, my take on it. I have a couple of other commentaries, but I'll wait for their presentations. Each one of them has got 10 minutes to present, starting with Jeff.
Thank you, Julio, and buongiorno and good morning to everybody. I wanted to first say that this large book is really part of a series that the Getty Conservation Institute, where I work, has published. It's the 8th book in a series. Each book has a topical focus to it. This book, the genesis of this book really came about beginning about 8 years ago when I had been working with Francesco Siravo, who works for the he's a conservation architect living in Rome, but he works with the Aga Khan Trust for Culture and has worked professionally for many years with their Historic Cities program, working on the ground in Africa, Asia, primarily Central Asia, as well as East Asia. Francesco, I actually hired Francesco as a consultant initially. I do a lot of work in urban conservation training, and I was doing some work in Tunisia, and he was part of my team, and we realized that we shared a lot of concerns. He gave a fantastic presentation at a conference that I was part of in Quito in about 2009, 2010. And that's where we began to think about suggesting to my employer, the Getty, to focus on the topic of historic cities and urban conservation. So that's where it began. This book has taken 8 years to come to fruition, and I'm very excited, needless to say, that it's finally come out. This is the only copy I have. The book is literally arriving probably this week in Los Angeles, but it also, I'll say more in a minute about how you could actually get it. But I think more importantly is maybe to call attention to these points that I have here about the distinctiveness of this book, because as Julio was just mentioning in terms of case studies, we made a decision a long time ago not to make this book a series of case studies, nor is it really a set of recipes for how to conserve best a historic city, nor is it a manifesto, let's say, related to more recent initiatives by ICOMOS and UNESCO, such as the historic urban landscape approach, or strategic development goals related to the Quito Habitat 3 conference that Farnaz mentioned yesterday. Instead, it does these things that you can read right here. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about these, but instead, I think I'll go to a bit to the contents of the book. There are 8 sections of the book, and then clustered within these 8 sections are, as Julio mentioned, 67 different readings. Some of these are full-length pieces, but as you can imagine, even with a book that's 600 pages, many of these are excerpted readings. And you can get a sense from looking at the contents here of a bit of what we're trying to do. There is an appendix that Francesco has written, really, with commentaries about important charters and conventions. The book is really designed to be used both by academics in courses. We're very hopeful that this book will work its way into schools of architecture, planning, history. I myself am trained as an architectural historian, but also with a lot of experience in conservation planning. And so the book is really meant for both practitioners and academics. And each section of the book, as I say here, has its own introduction that we've written. And then we have chosen a cluster of readings that relate to that thematic focus of the part. And then each reading itself has a very sort of a thumbnail sketch or a paragraph about the author, about what's significant about it. And there are some illustrations embedded in the readings, but one of the other distinctive aspects of the book is that we are, and I should say, I'm going to get to that in one second. Before that, though, let me just mention that even though there are, of course, thousands of words here, we really view this readings in conservation as well semiotically. That is, understanding or grasping or being sensitive to the historic city as opposed to just reading about it in words. We also felt that from the very beginning of this book, and I say this knowing that there are some architects in the room, that we wanted this to appeal to architects as well as to social scientists or humanists who are professors or students. In other words, not just to architects, but to people who are perhaps more visually inclined. We're very aware that in this world that we're in today, in the early 21st century, where, to get somebody to read more than a couple of pages sometimes is very difficult. And we wanted to make this visually sumptuous or visually appealing as well. So at the end of each section of the book, or each part of the book, we have created what we call visual summaries, where we have selected, and you see an example of one of these spreads right here, where we have selected images that relate to the topic of the part of the book. We've written extended captions, and in those captions, we have made specific reference to a particular reading in that part. The notion being that someone who's more visually inclined will pick up a book like this and say, oh my God, look at all these words. But that there would be also these images that would be compelling. And many of these images have never been reproduced anywhere before. The book is very global in its scope. So there are things from Europe as well as other parts of the world. And we felt that that was an extremely important thing to do, given the nature of the challenges of protecting historic fabric or historic remains of any kind worldwide. So that's been one of the real distinctive aspects of the book, I think, are these visual summaries that complement a lot of the words. And there's a great deal of varied imagery in these visual summaries. Some of them aerial photos, plans, works of art, and these were fascinating for us to select and to then the Getty did a magnificent job, as it usually does, of reproducing these images with great clarity, with a great deal of color. Of course, that adds to the price of the book, which I'll get to in a minute. And it deals with certain key challenges. I mean, not just how to insert new built work into historic fabric, but that's one of the examples of some of the challenges that we outline. We deal with both tangible and intangible values. We deal with many historic, as Julio was saying, many historic authors, some of whose work are well known, but now somewhat inaccessible, unless you happen to have a really excellent library. And then we also have chosen some contemporary authors as well. One of the other distinctive aspects of this book, not just because Francesco happens to be Italian, but because it is the fact that there are several Italian practitioners here whose work has never been translated into English. I'm thinking of Pierluigi Cervellati, for example, or Gustavo Giovannoni, people who are relatively well known here in Italy, but virtually unknown outside of Italy unless there are people who can read Italian. So the Getty, again, with its resources, very happily for us, translated these works that we selected so that for the first time, really, work of some very important Italian practitioners is now given a much wider audience. So this is the final image I want to show you. There are these flyers that we've distributed, as I note that Farnaz is able to do too, where because of your being here at this conference, if you order the book, actually we've been able to extend it up through December, not just in the next couple of weeks, you get 20% off the price of the book. And these books, the book will actually, the information is on the sheet that I hope all of you have accessible to you. If you order it here in Europe, it actually will come through Yale University Press in London. So it's not as if it's going to you're going to have to pay shipping from Los Angeles to get it. If you order it if you happen to be located in North America, you can order it through the information here. It comes actually through the University of Chicago Press or at the Getty itself. One of the things that we wanted to have happen, but because of cost and other issues, it was impossible to make it available as a PDF. I've already been asked by several people who are teaching, oh, great, I really want to use this, so I'm assuming I can get a PDF of it and give it to my students, and unfortunately you can't do that. Somebody has to actually buy the physical book, and then it's up to you if you want to make it into a PDF or parts of it available as PDFs. That's what you have to do. And it's not available as an ebook. It's not available as a downloadable PDF. A lot of this I've learned in the process of this book has to do with copyright issues. It's much more expensive for someone to release a copyright if it's going to be a PDF, and it's already very expensive to get these copyrights for many of these things. So it would cost you $60 with this discount, or $75 if you get it through Amazon or through the usual ways. So that's all I'm going to say about it for the moment, but I'll be glad to talk more about it after Farnaz's talk.
Thank you, Jeff. I'm a bit horrified that you're suggesting that people PDF it. In UCL, we can't PDF more than 20% of a book or one chapter. Otherwise, we get into serious trouble. But anyway, just a warning for those of you who are tempted to PDF it. So that's why ebooks are so handy. But I understand the issue of the copyright.
Thank you very much, Jeff, and for the very nice book you produced, and thank you very much, Julio, for the introduction. Just to actually talk about the book, which is based on our last conference in 2017, and will be released in August. And now the printed copy for me is somewhere in the post. I don't know where it is, so hopefully we can get it at some point. Just to mention that at Silk Cities, we are concerned with the question of how about now, and what about the practice? Because at the end of the day, regardless of the old academic theories, what we are having in our cities is being done by practitioners, is being done by municipalities, by architects, by urban designers. So this is one of the things that we are having actually in general in Silk Cities, and because of that, our books actually is more practice-oriented, but because it's mostly by academic practitioners, by PhD students, which use their case study as either their countries or a country that they know. So then, for doing the case study, they also address the theory, and they link it with the theory. This book has 4 parts, 4 sections. One is on urban heritage and cultural identity, but not for buildings, for public spaces. So, and what we see is that one of the arguments is that public spaces in the Middle East and Central Asia is often actually forgotten. So the conservation, everything is about buildings or a cluster of buildings, but the urban space actually sometimes is forgotten. And another chapter or another part that the book addresses, so each part actually has 3 to 4 chapters written by one academic and practitioner. One of them is sitting here now, Avar is sitting here now. And so from different countries. So we see that different countries, how in different countries they are doing things. In the other chapter that talks about urban governance and how municipalities, actually we know that municipalities are very rigid, at least in the region that we know more about it. And it's difficult to change their approaches. Although they try to bring some new approaches, for example, participatory planning. So this is something very actually fashionable, for example, in Iran or some other countries in the region which I know. But the problem is that in many cases, in Shiraz, for example, the participatory urban design projects in Shiraz, people don't want to participate. You know, it's not just saying that we actually have a prescription that, yeah, participatory planning is good, but okay, how you encourage people to trust and to really participate instead of just saying that, yeah, it's good, whatever you are doing. So basically, how from the level of informing people, we get to the level of participating, engaging people in real life. So it's a two-way. So it's one from people's side, another one from the municipality side. What can they do to encourage people to participate? So this is kind of things that we are addressing. And another one is on post-war reconstruction. And actually, this conference is the continuity of a sub-theme in our last conference, which was about post-disaster reconstruction and recovery. And we noticed that there are lots of things. It's not one sub-theme is not enough. And then for the book, we narrow it down to the post-war reconstruction, because we knew that we will have something on post-natural hazard reconstruction. And we see that in that the very big issue, for example, which is valid in both post-disaster or post-war reconstruction and ordinary urban development in historic urban fabrics is the buffer zones. So usually the main point, the main center point actually is protected. Maybe they have another municipality to work on, another committee to work on regulations, code, and many things. And usually there is a buffer zone around it. And then the city. And this buffer zone is under huge pressure by investors, by developers, basically. And what they do mostly is that they abandon, owners abandon, because even if they cannot demolish anything there, by just abandoning those buildings, so the building will be gone in a few years, and the land is released and can be sold very quickly to the developer. So what can we do about it? And these are the things that we are seeing across countries. It's not just one country. We're seeing in Erbil, we're seeing in Iraq, actually, Kurdistan, we see it in Iran, we see it in Bahrain. And another thing on urban post-war reconstruction, that how we have very interesting actually chapters on Gaza and Palestine. That how bombing can affect the structure, whatever we are talking. We visited the L'Aquila buildings yesterday, and how bombing can affect actually buildings and the cracks and everything. And just imagine that the level of protection in these countries, in the region of our focus, is not like Italy. So we were talking with Jeffrey yesterday that at least in Italy, there is a general appreciation. There is a general appreciation by ordinary people. At least in UK, they love their history. All people know that what is the Victorian style, what is the Georgian style, that there is. But in that region, modernism means building something new and being fashionable. And so these are our challenges, which this book addresses via various chapters in different countries. And we have another part, which is zooming in Iran. And why? To be honest, because we had more papers on Iran. And I know that for this conference, for this 2019 conference, we are having more papers on Italy. So what shall we do? Shall we exclude them because they are from Italy? No, it's to be fair, we need to acknowledge the quality. At the same time, the geographic diversity. So I'm guessing that for this 2019, we come up with Zoom in Italy again. We will have something specifically on Italy. And there are actually other chapters on proposing new digital or app-oriented solutions for having smart city, linking smart cities and heritage, and how you can enrich the Google Map, basically, specifically building on urban heritage. So just wrapping up, I think one of the key things or advantages of this book is that it's written by insiders. People who either from that region, worked in that region, or even if like Anna, DPO associate, she is actually UN Habitat person living in Iraq for so many years. So they know the real life issues. What is going on inside. And I think one of the advantages of having this book, and another one is giving voice, as Jeff mentioned about those Italian practitioners. We have this case in the Middle East and Central, in our region, very much. People, especially younger thinkers, that they either don't have the confidence or don't have the channels. So they do many things in their countries. They write many things in Persian, in Arabic, in Turkish even, but they are not seen internationally. So what we do is we provide a channel for them, and we help them to be seen and to see, basically, this one. And as you see, Springer has been very kind to us. From the first, they started their urban series with our first book, which was Urban Change in Iran, and was hugely successful. And we publishing the second one with them. They are providing a discount. One of the criticism that DPU, Eve and Julio always say that, oh, Springer is very expensive. Why are you going with Springer? For this 2019, we hope that we can go with the UCL Press, which will be free for all to. But they will provide a printed copy for students with a very good price, I think $25, which is reasonable. And it will have a discount on all ordinary things, which I think, and I think, Jeff, what we can do is that we can provide this voucher in the website as well. Mm-hmm. So if people want to, so we can channel them. And when I saw the Jeff proposal on presenting in this conference, I said, wow, Jeff is talking about global. Jeff is talking about, the global level, the different things. And when looking back to our, in the process book, I saw that, we are both talking about governance in many things, So many things, actually, they are similar. So your book is global level, and our book provides a very contextual level with evidence-based, actually, of all discussions, that things. So that's it.
Okay, thank you, Farnaz. Thank you very much. I want to, we've got very little time. 3 minutes technically. I suppose we can sort of take 8 or so. So if anybody's got any comments or questions to ask from the audience.
I have one comment. It's very interesting your observation about the many documents that are available only in Italian language, like from Cervellati, from Giovannoni. And it's curiously how she mentioned now, there is a large documentation available. This is a gap in communication, and probably the language can be the bridge, and this can be very useful because it's not old view, because it's very important, especially reading the city and the urban morphology. I'm an Italian architect and I work in another country, and they were difficult to use this material in my class with my students because I was available. And it's not my translation, a good way to give to the student. But passing to the critical point of view is very important because we can have a filter and compare it. This is very interesting gap between two different planets, and can be a great chance for our students, especially if you're teaching for your classes. Because also she mentioned about the PhD student working with case study and best practice, and the best practice become a new theory. And if they are not allowed to read Cervellati or Giovannoni, this excludes for the future the interpretation of the past.
Yes.
I'm Abhishek from India. I'm an architect and urban engineering professional. I just have a suggestion. If it is possible, if you can give platform to young writers who have been involved in research in the urban heritage zones, and if their work can be published in some manner, because most of them are not getting chance to get their work published on an international platform. It would have been much more better, and it will be good for those people. I am one of those. So I expect that there could be certain this kind of platform from either your organization.
Well, maybe I should respond to that. You make an excellent point, and I wish the same could be said if there were people here from Africa, or from South America, or from other parts of the world. There is. I was actually thinking about this a lot in terms of Professor Florian's presentation just a few minutes ago. That there is a whole world out there, whether people are publishing books or through social media or through websites or through other means that we are largely, unfamiliar with, and it would be great to have that ability. My own institution does try to address that to some extent. I guess one of the hopes that I have, being a part of the Getty Conservation Institute, is that if this book does well, I mean, I'm not imagining that it's going to be, a Harry Potter or anything, but if the book does well, then we can make the case more strongly to say, oh, listen, can we follow up with this? Speaking of Giovannoni, we're actually the Getty has already committed to us doing, I've just come from Rome before this conference, we're going to be actually doing a reader much smaller than this of some of Gustavo Giovannoni's key readings, not just Vecchia Città, but other of his readings that to really focus more on his work. But you make an excellent point about India. I mean, the amount of work being done in India right now, not just writing, but actual work, is remarkable. And I wish that we could make available to you personally or to others a platform for expressing this. Again, I'm limited. I have to work with people who are looking at the bottom line financially, and it gets to be very challenging in this world where books are becoming increasingly obsolete, just like libraries are becoming unused. And that's a whole other issue. But I think both Farnaz and I, without knowing it about each other, are trying to give voice to largely unknown or underexpressed ideas, practices, and also both of us, it seems to me, are working with the intersections of theories and practice, not making it entirely theory nor entirely practice, but trying to find the nexus, the Venn diagram, the pivot between the theories and practice. My final comment before opening up to maybe the end is that I realize in speaking to Farnaz and being a little bit familiar with what she has expressed here, I imagine it would be so wonderful if we could co-teach a course using these two books as textbooks, because there is a complementarity here, and it would be wonderful to, and our hope certainly is that, probably with both of us, that these books, despite the cost and despite the limitations, that they can be utilized and can be helpful. That's, after all, why I've put 8 years of my life into working with. Of course, I've done other things too, but why it's been so long. She too has worked, I'm sure, very, very hard at this, and so the hope, of course, is that it's going to be useful.
Just before.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's a very good idea.
Do you want to pick up that?
Oh, okay. I have 2 points on your suggestion. One that just say you a story that the first version of the Silk Cities platform was able to, you as whoever you were able to upload your article, your writing, write on at things, and we noticed that especially young people don't want it. They didn't upload anything. Actually, just Tariq, who is here now, just Tariq upload something, is here now. And because they need some certain kinds of publication for pursuing their academic or whatever, career path. So this is one thing. So what you suggest, it needs some kind of ISBN, that sort of things that actually be helpful for them. And that is very difficult. Actually, in the capacity of Silk Cities, I don't know how, without having a very good, sponsor, how can we do that? One is this. Another one is that, yes, we are giving voice to people, but it doesn't mean that whoever lives somewhere and writes something is good enough. So the quality control should be very tough, basically. And this is another issue that we see in younger generation in those countries, which Middle East and Central Asia, that they think that just because they know something, whatever they are writing is perfect. So we need to be very tough and just make sure that filter it and just select those that are really at international level.
Just to follow on Abhishek's point, we at UCL have a number of initiatives which are about precisely what these two books seek to do to some extent, which is to go beyond the middle-aged or dead white man's writing and sort of increase the diversity and availability of works. And I'm very pleased that Farnas's book, for example, more than half the authors are women. And women who live in different places than sort of a core European centres. Jeff's is more diverse, and of course there's quite a lot of dead white men in here. But there are attempts at sort of looking at different parts of the world, both men and female. So that's what we call in UCL decolonizing the curriculum. There's another initiative which was Why is my professor not black? So there are times, there are awareness that the vision, the view of the world presented by a certain culture and a certain dominant group is not enough. We do need diversity, not as a token gesture, but as a way of initiating true dialogue. And I think these two books are contributing to that to a large extent. With that, I think we need to close, I'm afraid. We're past the time. Thank you all very much. Thanks to... Yes, okay.
If anybody would like to take a look at this, I'm carrying it around with me. I'd be happy to have you. I can't lend it to you overnight or something, but feel free to approach me if you want to take a closer look.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Thank you very much.
Okay. Maybe we can start. Good morning. I'm honored to coordinate this session, and I want to thank above all Lucia Patrizio Canning for the excellent work did in the last month, and of course the other members of the scientific committee. I'm sorry for we are just a little bit late, but just a little bit in Italy means 15 minutes. Maybe elsewhere it's not just a little bit. Okay, we can start our session. Our session concerns the theme about narratives of approach to disaster and recovery, and also social media disaster response policies and practice. We will speak about very interesting themes that concern about memory, storytelling, autobiographical narration, and we are in front to issues that concern private dimension of trauma, of course, but also the collective dimension. And I think it's very interesting because we will explore the role of narration to construct identity, not only in individual perspective, but also in a social perspective in the context of disasters. Our first guest is Flavia Fulco. Flavia Fulco is a researcher of the International Research Institute of Disaster Studies and she will speak about Kataribe storytelling in post-disaster Japan, rebuilding places and community resilience from personal narratives and local knowledge. Thank you for your presence here. We have 15 minutes.
Okay, I'll try to stick to the time. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Alessandro, for your presentation. So this presentation today analyzes the practice of post-disaster storytelling called Kataribe in the area of Tohoku in Japan. Just to give you some background information, Tohoku is the area of northeastern Japan. It's constituted by 6 prefectures, but the most damaged one are Fukushima, Miyagi, and Iwate. I've been concentrating my field work in some areas of Miyagi and Iwate prefectures, and I've been collecting my data since December 2015, and this includes participant observation of Kataribe tours, interviews with practitioners, and people that contributed to the development of Kataribe. Today I talk about a building in Minami Sanriku, which is in Miyagi prefecture. We don't have much time to go into the historical background of Kataribe, but I just want to say that the word Kataribe is a really ancient word in Japanese language, and it comes from the verb kataru, which means to tell. And in the past, it was used to indicate those people who had the role of narrating the stories, legend, and folk tales of a given region. In Japanese, the words indicate both the performer and the performance, and this is how I'm using it today as well. In modern times, the term has started to be used after the Hiroshima bombing to indicate the storytelling of the hibakusha, which are the survivors of the atomic bombing themselves. And the term seems to imply that the storyteller witnessed some first-hand life-threatening experience that they need to pass on to the new generation. In disaster, the most important one where this term was starting to be used was the Great Anshin Awaji earthquake that in 1995 caused the death of 6,000 people in the area of Kobe. And you can see in these examples the museum in Kobe and the museum in Nojima, the Nojima Fault Preservation Museum, which is on Awaji Island, where they musealized the part of the fault that came out from that earthquake, and they are still doing storytelling Kataribe there. But to show you what a Kataribe is, I want to hear you directly from the voice of one practitioner. If we can do that. The audio is very low, but you can read the subtitles. So as you saw, the aim is not to a disaster like that to be repeated a second time. So this is one of the specific aim that Qatari proposed for themselves. So there are different types of Qatari practices that go from fully organized to completely spontaneous one. And the example I'm bringing today refers to organized bus tours where participants are brought to several locations where the Qatari Bey tells the story of what happened the day of the disaster or in the soon aftermath. All the locations have in common the power of their stories. Most sites were chosen either because people died there or were saved, or because of their monumental value. Stories usually start with the description of what people were doing at the time of the earthquake and what happened between the earthquake and the tsunami, contextualizing that day as a normal day for each individual in the community, a day that started as every other and in which life, as it was known, was lost forever in a very short time. Protecting human life and defending the essence of everyday normality, mono in Japanese, are values that are often stressed during these tours. To give you an example of how Qatari Bey contributes to placemaking, I want to take an example of a place in Minami Sanriku that became very famous, an icon actually of this triple disaster. And this is the Disaster Prevention Office building in Minami Sanriku. If you look at the remains of this building, you will notice the mass red structure, which is in this larger images. You will see how the building was before the disaster, and then we have it here in the middle of the waves. This image is taken from a newspaper of the time. So it was a 12-meter high building in the area of Shizugawa, where the 70% of the buildings, including private houses, were destroyed. 50 people were in the disaster prevention office building when the tsunami hit. Most of them evacuated on the top roof, which was designed as an official evacuation point. The actual proportion of the tsunami was not expected to be so huge. It is calculated that waves reached the height of approximately 16 meters in the area. Therefore, the building was completely submerged. 43 people died, and just 7 were able to save their lives clinging on the ladder stairways. The most well-known story concerning this building is the story of Endomiki, a 24-year-old woman who was employed in the building. She stayed in until it was too late for her to evacuate in order to advise the major number of people as possible about the coming tsunami and the impressive eye of the waves. This was the remain of the building in 2015, and now I want to show you a little video clip about how a Qatari Bey speaks were on this spot. Officially, the future of this place has not been decided. For the moment, it will be kept for 20 years to give the community time to decide what they want to do about it, because it's very divisive issue for the community. However, it was already included exactly in the middle of the future Minami Sanriku that you can see in this map. So I took this picture in 2015, and until now I haven't met anyone who told me directly that they don't want the remain of the building to stay there. Most people said, I think it needs to stay, but there are some others that don't want it, but I didn't actually meet the one that don't want it. The argument is, it is true that people were lost their lives there, but some were saved, and this building is important for our community. So this is how it appears in March 2017. These are some pictures after it was restored. So as you can probably see a little bit, they repainted completely red and white. So the local population wasn't really happy about this reform, because it's a ruin but made kind of new in some way. Is that okay? Can I go? And these are the most recent picture that I saw. So as you can see, I don't know if all of you are familiar with the construction after the tsunami. So what they are trying to do is raise the level of the land up to 12 meters, or I think 12 meters is the maximum extent, but it depends on the single community. So now the building stays a little bit lower than the ground. So the project that was made by the famous architect Kuma Kengo includes a park and a bridge. And so they are creating a kind of park, of memorial park, where this building will be included. So, of course, this building is just an example that I wanted to bring to you about why it became so important. So if we look at the skeleton of this building, I had the impression that this image would not exist now if it weren't for another one, which is the A-bomb museum, A-bomb dome in Hiroshima. So the image of the disaster prevention office building has acquired a great strength because it allows an intertextual dialogue with this icon, which is already set into Japanese mind, but also even into the global mind. And Hiroshima has been a human tragedy, of course, caused by man, and the discourse that stands behind the identity, its identity is very different from the narrative, from the disaster narrative. But even due to the old difference, and even the big difference is also that the tsunami area affected 400 kilometers of coastal area in Japan, and is not comparable to one city, because the cultural difference in the Tohoku area are already pretty wide. But due to all this difference, one thing that is common is also that Hiroshima is becoming a kind of model to retarget Tohoku after the disaster, because people are trying to revitalize their territory, starting from how can we get more people to come here and know about our history. So I think that these two images also a lot to do with this. Another thing that I want to show you, this is a event that is called Kataritsugi event, which means transmitting the memory of what happened. So if you can see the image that stands behind the back of this actress that is narrating the stories of the survivor, you will see the image of the disaster prevention office building made like it was a romantic painting like this. I want you to think about how, in how many ways this building has been taken into the local culture and into the local mind of survivors. So I don't have much time. I will try to make some point. So Kataribe tours in Tohoku have a special importance in shaping the memories around which the communities will rebuild their post-disaster identity, because they contribute dramatically to landmark territory which in some towns needs to be rebuilt and reimagined from zero. Another political function attributed to this practice is the creation of an environment suitable for tourists and visitors, which help in reinvigorating the local economy, giving a new positive perspective to the local population while enhancing the interest of the younger generation in learning about the history and traditions of their hometown. But of course, there are also problems with this, and these problems are related to who has the right to speak, whose stories are the one that can merge into the collective narrative to be transmitted on. And this is not a light problem, this is a very complex situation. For example, now that the survivors will become less and less with the passing of the years, people are also concerned about the fact that new people coming to the area, people that are not survivors, will become Kataribe in a way. So this is also something that needs to be addressed in some way. And also, of course, there is the problem of the political discourse that will be fused with the local narratives of people, and that is the main problem that, of course, we are in L'Aquila, we can understand very well how complex this might be. But I want to tell you one sentence that I was told by one of my informants, that humans are animals with short memories, and they only see what is right in front of them. So transmitting the memory of what happened to us during a disaster, I think that would be very, very interesting. So one other problem is the problem of truth. So when I present, depending on the audience that are in front of me, and today is a very mixed one, so I'm very happy about that, but usually when I talk with engineers or people that are dealing with the concrete aspect of reconstruction, they are telling me, how do you know if these people tell the truth? So who are the true story and the false stories? And of course, there's no such thing as a true story and false stories, but how we can transform these stories in data that can be used for reconstruction and also for disaster prevention risk planning. This is an issue that also we need to consider in an effective way. So I've run out of time, but since we are in L'Aquila, and a town that suffers so much, and whose population lament that they have not been heard a lot, even since before the earthquake, actually. So there would be so much to say, but I really think that hearing to people's experience and hearing to people's stories and try to make a way for their stories to become part of the reconstruction and become part of the disaster prevention, of the reduction risk planning is very important. One last word, so I could be here today because I also got grant from Toshiba International Foundation, for which I also wrote an article on Kataribe on their website. So if you're interested in knowing more, please download it from, you can download it from the internet. And of course, I'm really looking forward to talk more with all of you and try to build together some international project that help us address some of these issues. And thank you.
Thank you very much for your interesting contribution. And I think that if there are questions, we can wait the end of the session and to answer all together. Well, Margherita Ganz. Okay, Margherita Ganz is from Politecnico of Milan. She's a PhD student, and her contribution has the title Architectural Heritage and Earthquakes, a long-standing relation stories from the 14th century.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks to Professor Vaccarelli for the presentation, and also thanks to all the organizers for such an interesting conference. We are all here to discuss about reconstruction and post-disaster recovery, which imply that disaster happen. Define what is a disaster is a very challenging task, and what's more, we have the fortune to have here some of the leading experts on this topic. So I will just do a quick reminder about what we are referring to when we are talking about disaster. No? Okay. Disaster in daily use is a term that used to indicate an accident or a natural catastrophe, or maybe a person that's a completely failure. But disaster is defined as occurrence disrupting the normal condition of existence and causing a level of suffering that exceeds the capacity of adjustment of the affected community. The word community is important. As Oliver Smith wrote in 1999, there is no disaster without a community, without a society. In fact, even when we talk about natural disaster, we refer to the natural phenomenon, such as earthquake, fire, etc., to be distinguished from man-made disaster, like natural nuclear accident, war, or terrorism. Among all the natural disasters, earthquake is the most disrupting, due to the fact that it undermines the certainties on which each human being has founded, since the early years of his life, the relationship between himself and the reality in which he lives. Maybe this is the reason why, through history, earthquake has been the best recorded natural disaster in written sources. Written sources can be divided into groups. The individual memories, consisting of handwritten notule, monastic annals, etc., and the institutional memories, composed of public institutional sources, ecclesiastical sources, and monastic sources. The study of this incredible heritage provides us a lot of information concerning past seismicity. Thanks to historical seismologists, this information has been merged into what are known as seismic catalogs. They are also allowed us to open a window upon past communities dealt with this kind of phenomenon. Today, we are going back to the 13th centuries. The 14th century has been a dreadful period, both in terms of natural disaster and in terms of man-made disaster. As far as man-made disaster is concerned, I would like just to mention the Avignon papacy from 1309 to 1376. Of course, this maybe cannot be considered as a disaster now, but for the medieval Christian community, it was. And then the 100 Years' War began in 1337. In general, it was a century of popular discontent that led to a series of revolts, like the Ciompi revolts occurred in Florence in 1378. But also natural disaster occurred. Firstly, the Great Famine of 1315, interesting all Europe, but mostly the northern part. Then, the infamous Black Death devastated Europe, killing from 30 up to 60 of its population. That might be enough to make us thinking we are lucky we weren't born in the 13th century. But I'm not finished. Seismologically speaking, the 13th century recorded about 30 large events in Europe, 18 of them occurred in Italy. And finally, also 9 tsunamis have been recorded for this period, with 4 tsunamis occurred in Italy. There is an exceptional witness of this difficult period, and he is nobody else but this guy, ladies and gentlemen, Francesco Petrarca. For the foreign listening, he was a famous Italian humanist, scholar, and writer, who was in Naples as ambassador of Pope Clemens VI when a terrible tsunami occurred in 1343. In 1348, he was in Verona, when the terrible Villac earthquake struck the northeast of Italy. In 1349, he was in Rome, when a sequence of seismic events struck the central Italy. And lastly, he had just left Basel, when the great earthquake of 1356 occurred. Concerning the tsunami of 1343, the description provided by Petrarch has been related to a precise physical event thanks to a research published just a few months ago. The results of this study indicate that it's very likely that tsunami was generated by the Stromboli volcano. This is a very important achievement because before this moment, the Stromboli wasn't supposed to be able to generate such a devastating phenomenon. Petrarch described the event as an impressive, unprecedented sea storm, which occurred in the night between November the 21st and November the 25th, causing hundreds of deaths in the harbor of Naples. We know exactly where Petrarch was in the afternoon of the 25th January of 1348. On this day, a shock struck northern Carinthia, devastating the village of Villac and the surrounding area with an intensity of approximately grade 9 to 10 of the Mercalli scale. Its effects were widely felt between Austria and the northeast of Italy. The earthquake of Villac remained impressed in the Europe collective memory for a very long time due to its resonance and the connection with the spread of the Black Death. Petrarch, as he wrote to the Archbishop of Genoa in 1368, was sitting in his library when the earth shook beneath his feet, books came tumbling down and fell apart. He was amazed, and when he came out of his room, he saw servants and everybody else feeling in panic with death-pale faces. The seismic sequence that took place at the beginning of September 1349 is one of the most extensive events in Italian seismic history. It struck a vast area of the central Apennine with devastating effects also in important cities such as Rome, Orvieto, Viterbo, and L'Aquila. The epicenter of the three main shock has been identified by Galli and Naso along the so-called Acque Giulie fault. It has been possible to achieve this important result thanks to paleoseismological evidence, archaeoseismological evidence, and historical sources. Petrarch wrote about this event in three occasions. In a letter to Luigi Santo di Campignan in 1351, in a letter addressed to Angelo Pietro Stefano de Tosetti in 1353, and briefly in the letter to Archbishop of Genoa already mentioned. He reported that Rome was shaken by an unusual earthquake, and many ancient buildings, as well as religious ones, collapsed. The Basel earthquake of 1356 was another devastating catastrophe of the 14th century. Also in this case, the effect showed a macroseismic intensity of 9 grade of Mercalli scale, as the sum of several shocks occurred between the 18th and the 19th of October. Luckily, this time, Petrarch has just left the city when the earthquake happened, but he mentioned that earthquake and the resultant destruction of at least 80 castles in the same letter to Archbishop Guido Sette mentioned before. This letter is part of the collection of letters published under the title of Rerum Seniles. Those letters have been written in old age, after going through a lot of tragedies, both at personal and collective level. In the same period, around 1360, he started writing the Remedii Utrusque Fortune, with the purpose of providing a series of written remedies against the suffering of life. He said, I perfectly know that words as medicine may seem unaffected to whom has been affected by all sorts of suffering, but I'm also aware that the remedies are invisible, like invisible are the disease of the soul. He proceeds citing Heraclito, saying that all things that happen in nature are the result of a fight. Above all, we are fighting an eternal war against fortune, where only virtues can make us victories over it. People are constantly distressing themselves for the present, for the past, and also for the future. But indeed, it was this concern about the future that made men virtuous. In fact, the story that architectural heritage is telling us is that the people indeed fought against misfortune. The architectural heritage in seismic regions is the tangible evidence of their troubled history and is an expression of how communities try to deal with it. We can say that architectural heritage is a sui generis storyteller of its past, and it also gives voice to the community it represents. Concerning the Carinthian earthquake, I'm currently studying the effect of this earthquake on the medieval bell towers in Venice. This earthquake struck Venice with a medium intensity, so its effects weren't devastating in the city. Nevertheless, the older bell tower showed a possible seismic damage related to this event. And what's more, although a conclusion is still premature, it seems that after the earthquake, a more intense use of Istria stone on the corner part of the tower has been adopted during the restoration. And what about the 1348 earthquake that destroyed the city of L'Aquila? Following the 2009 earthquake, lots of studies on its architectural heritage have been carried out, highlighting the long-standing tradition of mitigating seismic solutions adopted by the citizens of L'Aquila and the surrounding communities. Solutions such as wooden reinforcement, called radicciamenti, chains, arch and soprastrada, and buttress testify empirical construction worker knowledge, enriched through the centuries. And finally, The outcomes of the archaeoseismological study conducted by a group of Swiss researchers in Basel indicate that in many buildings dating from the mid-13th century, the measuring method changed after the earthquake. The use of brick significantly increased, and that were systematically combined with quarried stonework. These are just few examples, but they support the idea that medieval people were aware that architecture should be the safe place where life is enabled, not the place where life is taken away. Although they couldn't explain earthquakes without appealing for superstition and misbelief, they made great effort over time in order to be capable of coexisting with such disasters as earthquakes. And they empirically tried to preserve themselves, improving the structural quality of the building. Oral witnesses, written sources, material sources. This is our cultural heritage, and it's here to remind us that we can deal with disaster. It reminds us that we have the instrument and the capacity to reduce the impact on our lives. Thank you.
Perfectly in time. Thank you. Thank you also for your interesting words. And now Rosabella Alvarez Calderon. She's a professor of Pontificia Universidad Católica de Perú. Her contribution is about, the title is Water Gives, Water Takes Away, Cultural Heritage and Memory as Ways to Build Resilience and El Niño Southern Oscillation, Vulnerable Historic Landscape in the north coast of Peru.
Good morning. So, first thing is that I am actually an archaeologist, an archaeologist who now focuses on issues of heritage and the histories of the city, especially focusing on the areas of what I call the very old and the very new. And this presentation is going to focus on the north of Peru, especially the north coast, where I've worked for a number of years before going into urbanism. So, how do I advance, please? Okay. So I also have worked as a consultant for UNESCO for the Heritage Cities project for a number of years, and I base both my academic research and my work with the public sector on the historic urban landscape recommendation from UNESCO. That here's a description. It focuses not just on the architecture, but also on the landscape and also on urban dynamics and processes in the territory. The idea is that the historic urban landscape recommendation focuses on the idea that the cities and landscapes have to have the capacity for change without losing their identity of what makes them rememberable. So some of the issues that I'm going to touch now on the right, the whole issue of El Niño Southern Oscillation, that it's typically remembered as a disaster, but it can also become a boon. As in Spanish colonial texts, the El Niño were remembered as años de abundancia, years of abundance. The fact that El Niño tends to vary a lot of intensity, location, severity, and frequency. The fact that social complexity, which in Peru emerged in about a couple of thousand years ago with the creation of the first large-scale monumental complexes that emerged even before the on-scale of irrigation agriculture, were also led to increase vulnerability. The fact that people, communities, and leadership, the thing is what makes people take the decisions they do, both ordinary people and both the leaders. How do people choose to respond? And then how is it that people establish their relationship with nature? So I took this is a picture that I borrowed, but I actually did have a chance to look at this sculpture, which reminds us of how is it that even our most cherished cities in the first world, because in Peru we tend to have a saying that they say, whenever they try to say that we can improve, they say, oh, we're not Amsterdam. As in Amsterdam is our ideal that we want to aspire to, and then we have to kind of remember ourselves, we're not the Netherlands, we're not Amsterdam. But then I tend to show people this picture that's saying, this is a sculpture that the lower point shows which is the sea level, which basically reminds you that even a historical city like Amsterdam is extremely vulnerable to climate change and rising water. So El Niño, this is how we usually get to know El Niño. The north coast is typically a desert area, but during the years of El Niño, we get to have an abundance of water, which tends to lead to flooding. And it's not just so much the destruction of cities, but the destruction of agriculture infrastructure. And it may be the destruction of canals, which are terrible but relatively easy to fix. But even more seriously, the destruction of agricultural fields, because when fields are destroyed, first you have to remove all the silt, and then you have to repair them, and that can take years. The historical city center of Trujillo, which is a city that was founded by the Spanish, and unfortunately, some of the places where the old riverbeds used to activate, what we say they activate, they go straight through the main city center. So when there's an El Niño, the people of Trujillo know exactly how the city is going to flood and where. El Niño has had a history of severe events. Some of the most dramatic events in El Niño happened in 1925, which was severely destructed. That's the newspaper on the right. And the image on the left, there's been events in 1925, 1972-73, 1982-83, which is one of the most severe El Niños we've had in the 20th century, 1997-98, which was one of the first that really struck me, what we call the year without a winter. And there was recently the El Niño event of 2017, which is where the lower picture comes from, where the city of Piura was flooded and somebody used an inflatable unicorn to go around rescuing people from their roofs. And incredibly, this image became a symbol of hope, the floating unicorn that rescues people. But as it says, El Niño can also become a boon, because El Niño, what happens is that we have two water currents. We have the cold, nutrient-rich water current coming from south to north, the Humboldt current, which is why the Pacific in Peru is very cold water. And we have the warm waters of El Niño, which are more nutrient-poor, that comes from the north, all the way from Ecuador. And when we have El Niño, everything gets shifted around. The El Niño current, that's why I call it El Niño, comes further south, altering everything. It changes the trade winds, changes the temperature of the water. The warm water species just flee. And we have no anchoveta, which is some of the basis of entire fishing industry. The fishing industry gets disrupted. Loads of animals that depend on this fishing die. Loads of rain in the coast and very little rain in the highlands. But it also means that some areas which are previously very dry get a lot of water. This is a lake in upper Peru, in Piura, which is called the Niña. It's an artificial ecosystem that is temporary, can last for a couple of months, for a couple of years, and so far, just in my lifetime, it has formed around twice. In Peru, we have, I'm thinking about Cataribe as well, how is it that people remember, and because in the pre-Hispanic vision of the world, which still subsists in some way, there's this idea of geography being sacred. Unlike the Spanish colonial imposed vision of man being above nature and nature as something to be exploited, the pre-Hispanic vision was that everything's sacred. The mountains, the lakes are, especially glacier lakes, are especially dangerous, they're especially wild, and they must be tamed and appeased with offerings and festivals. For example, on the right we have the famous festival of Coyurriti, which is a pilgrimage up to the glacier lakes in Cusco. Because the glacier lakes, like the one on the left, are also a source of how water can cause trouble. Just in the later half of the 20th century, we had several cases where, due to the end of the Little Ice Age, the glaciers in the north have started melting and forming these lakes. Any case of even a large rock collapsing into one of these lakes can cause a flood that can lead to a devastating avalanche event that has completely buried both cities and archaeological sites. Like one of the most famous sites in Peru, the archaeological site of Chavín de Huántar, which was completely buried in a flood in 1945, along with the town, the museum, the bridge, and half the population of the city, more or less. So a lot of the El Niño has had a significant impact over the years, most notably in two important pre-Hispanic societies. One of them is the Moche, which emerged from the year 200 to 700, and they were very famous because they developed a well-developed irrigation system, and as you can see, they built these huge palaces with lots of murals. But as you can see on the image on the right, their leadership was based upon the idea that leaders were mediators with the gods. And of course that meant that if you have a cycle of endless flooding, then it's the leaders who are responsible. And they will pay the price if they cannot stop. And usually El Niño tends to test the resilience of these societies. And the second case was the Chimú, which developed a couple of hundred years after El Niño. And well, we tend to say that this is the largest adobe mud city in the world. I say the people of BAM might argue otherwise. The city of Chanchan, which the Chimú were also very adept at handling water and created several intervalley canal systems to feed their agricultural works. But they were also very fearful of El Niño, to the point that this is a discovery that was made a couple of years ago in the seaside town of Huanchaquito, a massive sacrifice of young people and camelids, which was done facing the ocean. So the archaeologist who did this excavation, Gabriel Prieto, who's a friend of mine, he was telling me what compels a society to sacrifice its most valuable resource, healthy children, healthy adolescents, and loads of llamas, to be able to stop the rain. And when he was excavating, he found out that he found marks on the ground. So he said that these kids were being sacrificed while the ground was still wet. So it was a desperate plea to stop the rains. It was telling the gods, we'll offer you our most valuable resource, but please stop the rains. So we see that the societies like the Moche and the Chimú would often resort to sacrifice as a desperate last-minute plea to the gods to stop the rains. So as we come to colonial Trujillo, I like to show these pictures because they show you what happens, because I like the contrast to the picture on the right. The picture on the left dates from more or less the year 1634, and it shows not just the city, but the territory, and shows you the location of the, not the rivers, but the canals. These are usually dry riverbeds, prehistoric riverbeds. So they'll show you where the territory and where the riverbeds are. But the picture on the other side, they have become invisible now. And the danger now is that the city has expanded and occupied these dry riverbeds, which are dry most of the time, but in severe El Niño events, they become active with water runoff from the highlands, which means that devastating floods tend to happen. Trujillo, the colonial city, did have some sort of defenses, an old city wall, and now they have this garden, which I have several times proposed to the city of Trujillo, that the city needs to become more sponge-like and increase its ability to be able to absorb water, and green areas like this park located inside the old wall is one of the strategies that perhaps they should consider adapting, and the use of parks located outside. So when we try to think then, the idea is that memory, there's plenty of evidence. How do we use memory? Because one of the problems that we have seen is that we have the evidence of, through archaeology and through historical records, we have the evidence of what has happened. We know what will happen. We know which are the most sensitive areas, which are the most vulnerable areas. But we have also have to think about disasters as being social disasters, about the fact that several questions that we have to ask, like the idea like, what do people have to lose? What do people have to gain? What do people value the most? And in many cases in these disasters, people will do a balance of the risks and advantages. And the whole thing is that people, even if they know they are on a risk zone, they are completely unwilling to move, because they say, what's the possibility? There could be a flood next year, but there could not be a flood next year. But if I move, I'm going to lose everything I work for, from my house to my material properties, to my social network, my neighbors, that we all help each other. We build this neighborhood together, who the government thinks that they can do to take us away. And then there's the idea that the government should take care of this. And science and technology should be able to do this. That money, why are they not spending the budget on preventive measures? So first thing that we have to consider is what, once again, complexity. The capacity, increased complexity means to increase stability in a place, more ties to a place, which means that it becomes more difficult as a society becomes more complex and has invested more in ties to the place, from the sense of place, the meaning acquired to the place, to actual physical investments in infrastructure, agriculture, irrigation, palaces, homes, communities. It becomes more difficult to leave them behind, even in the face of an impending disaster. People are very reluctant to move if they don't know what will they lose if they move. Then second, there's the ability of what happens when who decides when is the disaster going to come? Are we going to believe the government? Is the government a reliable source? Is the government going to take care of me? Is going to look after me? Is going to tell me where to go? And then there's a lot of mistrust. Oh, perhaps what they want to do is they want to take us all away so they can use the land. Just as in the Moche, they realized, in Moche and Chimu times, they realized that sacrifices were not having the effect that they wanted. So another third idea is the whole idea about how do we evaluate risk. In the case, for example, of Trujillo, and in the case of the glacial floods, there's a whole historical, social issues that make people reluctant to leave an area, even in the face of flood, or even if to admit that there is a disaster coming on. In the case of the disastrous 1941 glacier flood in the city of Huaraz, there was the immediate desire to, why didn't government protect us from us? They should just drain the lakes because they're a danger. The government would say, well, we should perhaps move people out of the hazard area. Unfortunately, the area that was destroyed in that flood was the most upscale area. And the analysis authors have tended to say that people were reluctant because they feared for the loss of their neighborhood, and especially the fear of the loss of the status symbols, the fear of the loss of what makes you different, and even in some cases, what makes you think that you are superior to others. The loss of your upscale neighborhood, your signals that you are above the people of the countryside, the mestizos, the cholos, all these racial categories, all these things that mark the inequality, the injustice, the racism that permeates Peru. A disaster can bring disasters in 4 ways, because it just does not destroy the physical landscape. It does not just destroy the physical city, but it also destroys all these markers of class, of identity that people tend to hold on to really make themselves distinguished from others. So when this is an ongoing research that was based on some work I did for UNESCO, as trying to understand why, in the face of all this evidence from archaeology, from history, people will still make decisions that will place them in harm's way. And it's not just understanding the issues of memory, but also also thinking, why is it that people do the things they do? How does history shape what people's values, and how is it that people evaluate risk? What is really risk to them? Is it more disastrous to lose your community or to lose your social status, your marks of or your community? Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Rosabella. And now there is a relation with this Ashley Lazar. She's a PhD student of University of Massachusetts, a PhD in disasters management. The title is Collective Storytelling as an Approach to Influence Post-Disaster Policies Development.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ashley Lazar, and I'm a PhD student from the University of Massachusetts, Boston. And today I'll be presenting on collective storytelling as an approach to influence post-disaster policy development. Okay, so a brief outline of my presentation. So I'll be talking about the earthquake in Haiti that happened in 2010. I'll talk about the problem of collective trauma and a theory by Bloomback and Bruninge used in a mental health policy analysis, and some recommendations to end the presentation. So I always like to start with a map of Haiti, because a lot of time many people don't know where it's located. Haiti's a Caribbean island, and it's located right below Miami and Florida, in between Cuba and Jamaica. I always make reference of these countries because they're popular and people know where they're located. We share an island with Dominican Republic, and we're right in the middle in orange, if you guys can see exactly where it is. So the earthquake in Haiti happened just 9 months after the L'Aquila earthquake, and with a 7.1 magnitude. The government reported that about 223,000 people passed away and 1 million people were displaced. However, a census hasn't been taken since 2003, prior to the earthquake, so these numbers could be inaccurate. And many of the damages of the earthquake also exposed some of the country's vulnerability in terms of how bad the poverty is in Haiti, the lack of infrastructure, the lack of healthcare, and the lack of housing. So to be more specific, this is a closer map of Haiti, and the earthquake happened in the capital of Haiti, which is Port-au-Prince. And to be even more specific, the earthquake happened in the downtown area of the capital, which is where most schools are located, businesses, government buildings. So all of these organizations kind of collapsed during the earthquake. So the process of recovering and reconstruction has been a slow one for us as well. So this is a picture of our White House or National Palace. I'm not really sure what you guys refer to it here in Italy, but the top picture was how it used to be before, and the bottom picture is the aftermath pictures after the earthquake of the White House. And to be clear, the White House is still like the bottom picture. So the reconstruction process is very similar to L'Aquila. There's been a lot of weak structural dwellings, so the process of reconstructing has been a long haul for the government in terms of financing and deciding what's the best strategy to go about rebuilding different government buildings, schools, hospitals, and so on. So prior to the earthquake happening, Haiti had a lot of pre-existing adversities. 80% of the population were living below the poverty line, and about 50% of the population were below the age of 30. So that resulted in a lot of organized crime and outbreaks of violence because people were frustrated by the lack of involvement and the on and off continuation of corruption in the country. And also that created a mistrust between international organization and the government. So they no longer trusted Haiti because there were constant violent outbreaks, there were constant issues or lockdown of the country. So many organizations didn't trust the country to donate money, and that created a problem. Haiti has also been under military occupation by the US on and off for the past decade. So that as well created kind of like a routine of that the country is unstable in the eyes of many international organizations and governments. So some of the post-earthquake adversities of the earthquake included that due to the fact that Haiti wasn't trusted, so the management process, the disaster management process of the earthquake was managed by the UN, who was actually, they have a special envoy in Haiti. So all the international organization and government who donated money, military assistance, or relief trusted the UN instead of the government to manage the process. So the government was left out of the process, which created a bigger issue because they don't know the country as well as the Haitian government does. So when a foreigner come in and they decide to manage such a big disastrous event, it creates a bigger issue because they had to hire local organization and Haitian businesses to carry out the duties that they were supposed to do, which resulted in the money that was donated being spent on administrative costs. So as a result, the Haitian government only received 1% of the $13 billion that was donated. Okay, one last thing I wanted to say. So this shift in governance also created a lot of uncertainties among the Haitian people. Because, like I mentioned before, Haiti has been under military occupation several times, so people weren't sure what that shift meant. They weren't sure if, you know, the UN taking over meant that it would be another occupation. So it created a lot of fear. It created a lot of uncertainties about their future. So the fear and uncertainties that was created among many people were collective trauma. And what collective trauma is basically, it's a psychological effect that's shared among a group of people. And interestingly enough, on my way here to L'Aquila, I met a couple people that's from Bologna, and they were telling me that oftentimes once the earth starts shaking, they'll go outside, or sometimes they'll have to sleep outside. And that's an example of collective trauma because people are in fear about, they don't know where their stability is. And especially when the government isn't very active in responding to their needs, that creates a form of collective trauma with a society that kind of shift the culture and the mass action of how they operate within that society because of their uncertainty and their fears. So based on a research that was conducted by Dr. Lane, he's a psychologist that was hired in Haiti to address for psychological intervention. He reported that 93% of survivors reported seeing dead bodies, 90% lost a family member and a friend, and 26.5% suffered from PTSD. Usually when an earthquake happens, the response of the government has a major impact on how people move forward with their lives. And after the earthquake in Haiti, because the government was excluded, there was a lack of connection or communication between what the processes were going to be. So people grew very frustrated, and a lot of people would go to different psychological centers. Well, they weren't really centers because they were in the camps, to report that they had some kind of psychological needs. But because of the history of Haiti in terms of mental health, there's a big stigma in terms of mental health. Many people didn't understand what the actual symptoms were. So after Dr. Lane's research, he realized that many people, when they would go to these centers and report that they needed mental health support, it was really connected to lack of social support that they weren't receiving from the government. So So understanding trauma from a context of a society has a lot to do with understanding their history and their culture. And in the case of Haiti, Dr. Lane had to do some research in terms of, to understand which psychological intervention would actually fit within the Haitian culture. So he had to do some research on the West African influence in Haiti and how voodoo is interconnected to the whole mental health process. Many people prefer not to see a doctor, but they would prefer to revert to like their voodoo religion if they ever have any psychological needs to address their symptoms. So understanding all of these different approaches and understanding the history of storytelling in Haiti kind of shaped that, kind of designed what approach would be better in Haiti. And Dr. Lane figured out that narrative therapy would be the more appropriate psychological intervention because of the history of storytelling in Haiti. So the trauma impact on the survivors had more to do than just the earthquake. Many people like I said before, prior to the earthquake, there were many pre-earthquake adversities, and even before these years of pre-earthquake adversities, Haiti has suffered from slavery. We went through slavery. We constantly go through racism with different Caribbean countries around us, specifically DR, who's right next to us. We're constantly under pressure from international forces. So all of these things create some kind of pressure on our society to develop in different ways that we haven't figured out how to do it exactly. So poor living condition in the camps as well kind of increased the level of trauma within the society. Lack of medical resources. Haiti only has one public hospital prior to the earthquake, and the hospital collapsed after the earthquake. So many people were uncertain, so the level of uncertainty kept rising after the earthquake. So Bloomback and Verninge came up with this theory of storytelling using a marketing perspective. If you guys are familiar with brands like Apple and Johnson & Johnson, they often use commercials where families will tell their stories to kind of grab people in. And sometimes there'll be negative stories and people can relate to that. And oftentimes, and their theory is that when people tell negative stories, and these negative stories have poor responses, let's say from like their government or whatnot, that usually has the power, that usually is, according to them, is proven to have a positive outcome. So their whole theory is using storytelling as an approach to affect or influence outcome. And I decided that this is probably like a brilliant idea because as we're evolving, storytelling has not only for businesses, but in different aspects, people have been using storytelling in different mediums such as podcasts, using social media to tell their stories, and these stories reach different platforms. For example, many countries, I forgot which country was just going through that. Is it Sudan recently that was going through what's going on in their country? Many people didn't know about it because people weren't using social media, but once the story started spreading by people telling other people what was going on, now it's become, thank you. Now it had a global attention that required other people to be more responsible in terms of taking action, also cornering the government to take actions once stories starts being public and becoming more international. So this is a picture that I found. I just Googled Haiti, and this is the first picture that I found. And it's a recent picture of a violent outbreak that took place in Haiti. However, people have been doing these different types of violent outbreaks for years, and they're realizing that it's not working. So they decided to take a different approach by using their platform and social media, if they have access to internet or however they can, to tell their stories so that other Haitians and other diasporas can hear their stories and advocate to their behalf so that the government can be more proactive in terms of making changes. So why is it important to focus on policy analysis? Because policy is where it all starts. If there isn't a written rule of where the change needs to be, there usually won't be much changes. So people have been pushing the government to address their issues by looking at different types of new policy. So policy analysis look at 3 different formats. It look at structure, processes, and outcomes. Structure, it focuses on resources. Processes is basically the access and functions and roles that needs to take place in order for the outcome to be executed. So, so some of the structure in terms of that needs to be addressed. Haiti doesn't have a ministry for disability or anything that has to do with disability. Mental health is a disability. So that's one of the first areas that needs to be looked at. There are different programs that are developed to address mental health, but there isn't any policy in place per se that focuses on mental health. So Haiti currently has a ministry it currently has the National Council for Rehabilitation of Persons with Disabilities, which kind of looks at different mental health and trauma issues, but however, there isn't any clear specification that addresses the need of trauma, that addresses the need of vulnerable population among society. And lastly, some of the outcomes, the exclusion of services due to accessibility and availability and affordability has been an issue. Because the public hospital collapsed, the only hospitals that are available are private hospitals, and people do not have the funds to get the care that they need. And also all of these programs are located in the capital, so people who live in the outskirts of the area aren't able to get the support that they need. So to end my presentation, I basically want to say that by telling your story, by being vocal in whatever aspect that it is, that's what usually influence changes, and it can also happen on a government level when people come collectively to tell their stories. Thank you.
I invite to come the other contributors. Flavia Fulco, Margherita Ganz, Rosabella Alvarez, Ashley Lazar. Well, we have just a few minutes for the debate and for questions, but yeah.
Sorry. Oh yeah, sure.
Okay, so thank you for such an interesting set of contributions that have told another story, which is that when disaster strikes, in a way, there is a repercussion on the people, on society. I would start from Ashley, from the last intervention. Lots of things came to my mind when Ashley was talking. The fact that the post-earthquake management created almost as many problems as the disaster is certainly a reality we know here in L'Aquila. I said yesterday we desperately wanted a session on communication, because the communication with the populations after disaster can create equally as many problems as the disaster itself. In the sense that when disaster strikes, then people feel lost. They have lost their certainty, their places, the places they know, the people they know, and to do not be told what to expect can create even more problems. Another thing that was very familiar with what Ashley described was the mental health problems. Alessandro will talk to us about this as well. How do we react with societies that have been affected by disaster? And I was very surprised to learn myself when I went for a health check. I had a problem in an eye, and I was told, well, actually, you've got what about 30% of people in L'Aquila have. We have done a study as a university, and we have found that people who were caught within the L'Aquila earthquake had this kind of reaction as a body response to the stress, to the trauma, to the shock. So lots of common themes, really. And also a very interesting intervention from Margherita when I had no idea that, was it Petrarca?
The poor one.
Petrarca was caused by disaster. So in a way, lots of interesting things came out of this session. What is disaster? Is it what we have to learn to live with, which is what seems to be happening more and more these days, or what happens once in a lifetime, which is what we hope happened in L'Aquila, and then you have to deal with the consequences before and after, and all the problems. How do administrations react? How do we get our minds to accept and process this trauma? How do we help the younger generations? How do we communicate? Another thing that rang a bell, and we'll have a session on that tomorrow, is the use of social media to make your voice as a person, as people, as a community heard by the administration. That's again another problem we certainly had here. Questions, please. Sorry if I talked so long. Yes, Florian.
That was a really interesting panel. Thank you very much. I have a general question. Since several of you used trauma as a kind of sort of category through which to read these cultural responses and symptomatic responses, I was thinking about some theorists, Anne Kaplan in particular came to my mind, who sort of now talk of pre-traumatic stress disorder. So that where she says that people show symptomatic behavior in response to an expectation of catastrophe, because our lived experience is so saturated with this sort of idea of future catastrophe. And it's a very controversial idea, and I think the majority of people who have reviewed her work are critical. But in cultural terms, it's quite an interesting idea, because I guess it blurs slightly it allows us to look differently at the question that you raised in relation to Japan, of sort of who can bear witness, who can speak on behalf of, and you know, because in a sense the experience of catastrophe, the psychological experience of catastrophe is not only shared among those who witness the catastrophe, but among those who sort of live with the aftermath and with the expectation of sort of future hardship. So I was just wondering whether you felt that trauma. The other question, I guess, very briefly, is sort of one of how symptomatic behavior is passed on across generations. So there's a lot of sort of work in relation to the Second World War, where sort of traumatic symptoms of in Germany, for example, work in sort of children of the war years who pass on certain types of behavior to their children. So the content isn't there, but the symptomatic response is there. So I was just wondering, very broadly, whether you felt that trauma was a useful lens through which to approach some of these questions.
Okay, you said a lot, so I'm trying to grasp the main point of what you said. But is your question basically asking, do I feel like ask the question one more time, sorry.
It's about the sort of temporality of trauma, and whether you feel that it's useful to think about these cultural responses through trauma theory.
Oh yeah.
Whether it's useful, whether there's a certain temporality associated with the idea of trauma, which is perhaps only enabling us to see certain things?
Okay, so I think when it comes to trauma with disasters, I think I'll focus on in the case of Haiti. In the case of Haiti, these traumas are reoccurring. They continue to happen because certain social issues are not being addressed. For example, people who live in camps will continue to experience these different traumas, and they will trickle down to different generations, because as long as the government doesn't address certain issues, it's very likely that the re-traumatization process will keep happening, and it will trickle down to different generations. So.
Can I?
Please.
So in the case of Japan, as you know, Japan is prone to many disasters. So some of the communities that I've been visiting, including the one in Minami Sandiku, they experienced a lot of, like 4 major tsunami in 100 years. So the last one was in 1960, which was caused by the Chile earthquake. So Chile earthquake, tsunami in Japan, without earthquake, so just a tsunami. And in Minami Sandiku, 41 people died from that tsunami. So the people that were alive at the time, they say they knew how to escape by ground because of that experience. But some of those people died because the routes were different and because this tsunami was different from that one. So even if you have previous experiences, it doesn't make you safe in a way. And as far as trauma is concerned, a society like Japan, which is probably one of the most prepared, if we can think about a prepared society, but this particular disaster, triple disaster, was targeted by soon in the aftermath as unpredictable, as you know. So that is a way through which the policy can, in a way, say, oh, this was unpredictable, so whatever happens, we couldn't arrive, with our imagination couldn't go that far. So in a way now the situation of trauma is worse because of that, because it showed that even a country like that is vulnerable beyond imagination. In a way.
Can I just add to what you said? I'm gonna add to what you said. I wanna say that I think it's very important to realize too that even though you weren't there when the disaster happened, like, people can still experience trauma. I wasn't in Haiti when the disaster happened. I left Haiti the day before, but it's still a very traumatized experience for me because Haiti's all I know in a way. And so although I wasn't there, it's still traumatizing because I went back, my school wasn't there, my house wasn't there. So all of these things are traumatizing for me, and my kids will probably they'll probably have a secondhand traumatized experience from my experience, because these are the stories that I'm gonna tell them going back to storytelling. So that's how it kind of connects in a way.
Well, maybe we have to close. Just I want to say that maybe 2 big messages are beyond the fair contribution. The first is that also private and autobiographical narration crosses the collective narration and becomes, from a private point of view, a public and also a political issue. And this is a big issue that I consider very interesting and important. And the second is that narration, collective and personal, of course, produces resilience in all the actors, individual, social, and institutional. And this is another message that is very interesting in your contributions. So thank you very much.
Yes, I certainly agree with that. And in narration, I say the contribution, the engagement, the retelling the story in your own personal way. I mean, we will talk about our project after the earthquake tomorrow, but that was our way to release the trauma of the earthquake. So this is certainly a very important aspect. Thank you. Two housekeeping announcements. This afternoon we will split. So just after lunch we'll have two sessions. The session moderated by Jeff Cody in room 0A will swap because the last participant is also meant to be in the round table, which happens in another building. So we will slightly change the order of the session. At 4 o'clock, there is going to be a session here where we are, and one session about schools with local administrators and president, headmasters and representatives of the student body and so on, in the Sala del Consiglio in Rettorato, which is basically where we were last night. That session has got about 15 to 20 participants from the local stakeholders plus us. So we have room for maximum 20 other people if you are interested. If you are interested in that session, I shall be walking there without having a coffee, basically. So when we break after, in the first session after lunch. Otherwise, stay here. And then there is the dinner tonight at 8 o'clock. The dinner, the dinner, I'm afraid we weren't able to include everybody in the dinner because it's quite an expensive restaurant. But if you have paid for dinner, you are meant to come. If you're a session moderator, you're meant to come. If you're at the scientific committee, you're meant to come. Otherwise, please keep your registration for dinner at the desk by the end of lunchtime at the latest today. Okay? Thank you. And dinner is paid at the restaurant Lo Scalco, which is a very new, is an ancient building just newly reopened, and they opened for us tonight, and it's in the map here. Okay? It's place number 3 in the map. So it's just where we were last night, 2 squares down on the table. Okay, thank you. So we all go for lunch upstairs in the terrace.
Well, because of the time, we are starting now. Welcome to this session regarding, Reclaiming Cultural Heritage, Tourism and Heritage Cities. I am Claudia González Mucio. I will be the chair of this session. Welcome everyone. We have 5 presentations today. The first one by Rocio for Jungerfeld.
Ida. First is my supervisor.
Oh, Ida. Ida Mach Erdekani, sorry. It's evaluating visitors' experiences at St. Augustine's Abbey in Canterbury. And we will follow then with other presentations. The second one is about the Kiyomizu-dera Temple in Kyoto. The third one, it's about archives in the area of March Crater here in Italy. The fourth will be the 3 regarding reconstruction here in L'Aquila. And the last one, it's about Norcia. So welcome, and let's start.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ida, and I'd like to present a synopsis of my PhD research to the date on the evaluation of visitor experiences before and after encountering digitally reconstructed images of the Abbey. This research is co-supervised by School of Engineering and Digital Arts and also the Center for Classical Archaeology. It is also in collaboration with English Heritage, who currently manages the Abbey site. To begin with, I'd like to give an intro to the site. St. Augustine's Abbey is part of a World Heritage Site called Canterbury Cathedral, St. Augustine's Abbey and St. Martin's Church, which were altogether designated as one site in 1988. It is of outstanding universal value based on the selection criteria 2 on the operational guidelines, and that is because of its influence of the Benedictine Abbey through the Middle Ages in England, beyond Kent and Northumbria in Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. So my research domains, of course, St. Augustine's Abbey is in the centre, so it's the core of the research, but I am looking into other themes as well. Because it's a research on visitors' experiences and evaluation of which, I'm looking into the museum displays, what is being offered on the site, and how we can improve the displays there for a better and enhancing the appreciation of the site by visitors. So I'm looking into the history of the site, the narration that's taking place, to digitally reconstruct some of the non-existent artifacts, and how we can display them on site for a better visitor experience. So to the date, I've done an evaluation of visitor experience, and this is prior of the visitors encountering the digital reconstructions. And that's been as a qualitative research study on demographics, expectations prior to visiting the Abbey compared to the visitation itself, the use of technological devices on site, and means of visitor engagement. Also very crucial to the core of my research is the concepts related to digital reconstruction and how they are perceived by the visitors. So a quick look into the demographics of the participants of the study. We had a very wide range of participants in age groups. We had English heritage members who might be more interested in visiting heritage sites because they do get free entry to unlimited sites annually. We had first-time and returning visitors who might have had different experiences depending on their number of visitations. We've also classified the visitors in guided tour and self-guided visits. Some of them have received a guided tour by the site manager there, which has talked them through the history and a bit of narration of the Abbey history. And some of them have visited the site on their own and observed everything that is available on site only on themselves. So because it's a digital reconstruction that I am trying to focus on for visitors, I've done a survey on the influence of digital installations on visitor engagement. Now, this of course been analysed in different age groups, but overall we had a very positive response from our respondents that they would like to have these sort of interventions on site, digital interventions on site, and overall they thought that it would have a positive impact on their engagement. Now the claims they've made in the positive sector is that of course it is engaging, it enhances the learning for both children and adult visitors, it narrates a part of the history for them, and it would be as an aid in improving and appreciating the structure of the site, seeing these interventions there. Now those with a negative view on having such interventions on site thought that they would rather imagine the artifacts themselves rather than being implied imagery. Or they thought very closely to anti-restoration claims that historical sites and modern interventions should be kept apart. Also very interesting is that those with negative views about this thought that digital interventions can be distracting to the site and decrease the core attention to the ruins which we go and visit. So in the theory of reconstruction, there are many subjects that have been historically embedded in the discussions, but authenticity is one. So we can look into authenticity from different views. Firstly, from a defined point of view, which is in the operational guidelines, defined as by characteristics such as workmanship, design, materials and settings, or after intaking the narrow document. But also, we can look into authenticity as perceived authenticity by visitors. Now, this is a word map of what our participants have thought about the authenticity of digital reconstructed images before seeing them, of course. So, out of 64 participants that we had on the study, 35 of which said, yes, they think that digital reconstructed images can be authentic if they are based on research and accurate knowledge, if they are approved by specialists in the field, such as historians or ecologists or any related field, and if they are created upon professional standards. Now, interestingly, some have related authenticity of these digital recreated images because they thought they can only be authentic in the absence of the original, which is non-existing at the moment. Those with a negative view about the authenticity of these creations only are about 9 out of 64 participants, and they thought reconstructed images, they cannot be authentic because they are purely a reconstruction. They aren't the original, therefore inauthentic. They thought because there could be a sense of misinterpretation of the artifacts and aging of which in the reconstruction of the imageries, they cannot be either authentic as well. A large group, 17 out of 64, had a sense of skepticism about these reconstructed images, and they thought they can only be authentic depending on the technical and aesthetic qualities of the creation. Because they had not seen the creations yet when participating in the study, there is a high range of maybe they are, maybe they aren't in the responses. Those who had some sort of doubt about it also said that if they are not subjective creations, and they could be helpful for visualizing and interpreting any of the artifacts. So I am hoping to present these sort of digital reconstructed images through projections. So another notions that we've asked about participants is that how much do they believe in realism, hyperrealism? How do they classify projections as real or not real? Or any subject category if they describe it. So 14% said yes, they are real if they are factual and in conjunction with the environmental settings. So that was the maybe. Those who said yes, they thought that they are real because of the light, because they are created out of light volumes and they give a sense of immersion. They demonstrate realistic imageries. They are interactive and can be influenced and influence the physical environment they are in. So those who said maybe, which are 70% of the total participants, thought they can be real only if they are factual and in conjunction with the environmental settings. The large majority, 69%, thought no, they can't be real because they are representation imageries and they are source of illusion of the reality rather than the real reality. And there's a boundary between reality and hyper-reality, so we cannot correlate and overlap those two. And they are not real because they are not authentic. So we've done the pre-evaluation now, and the future workflows is to digitally reconstruct a selection of non-existent artifacts and of course display them in form of projections and then re-evaluate visitors' experiences upon seeing these interventions on site. So I've put an example of what we're doing with the artifacts on site. So top left image is a photogrammetry image of a column base in the Abbey, which is, as you can see, severely destructed. And the top right image is a 3D model of the remaining column base on site in a 3D modeling software. Bottom left image is a wireframe of model of what we think it would have looked like, and this is a normal structure. And upon that, we're trying to build a complete 3D model, hopefully in later stages, textured and more realistically looking imagery. So to conclude, upon the responses we've had from our visitors' experiences, I can say that Being able to see reconstructed images of the artifacts would enhance the understanding and appreciation of the site for the visitors. Also, the quality and details of the imageries are crucial to achieve a believable display. Reconstructed images representing or conveying a sense of architecture and design of the artifacts are the most welcome to the visitors. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being on time. We will follow with the next presenter, and we will let the discussion until all of them are finished. So the next case study is a study on evacuation method using agent simulation based on tourism behavioral intention by Hidehiko Kenagae and Kohei Sakai.
Yeah, hello everyone. So I want to start my presentation. I will introduce evacuation simulation at the tourist area. My topic is a little bit far from resilience or recovery. First, it's research background. In all over the world, we know recently many tourists are visiting all over the world, and Japan also got many tourists today. And this is tourists in the world from Japanese government data. So 13 billion nearly 13 billion people travel in the world. So increasing number of tourists means increasing the probability of getting disaster for tourists. So that is the Kumamoto Castle case. Kumamoto Castle is one of famous tourist area, so tourists have a problem comparing with local residents. For example, they don't know, the evacuation route, or they don't know where evacuation shelter is. And of course, no one checks hazard map. So it is very important to support tourists today under disaster time. This is a flow of supporting tourists. I'm showing it very roughly. So from first, after disaster, we have to guide them to evacuation area, and we have to stop them to go to public transportation station. And after that, guide to shelter to stay 1 or 2 days or 3 days. And after that, we have to support them to go back home. This is a support tourists under disaster. After tourists going back home, they don't need any support from tourist area because they disappear. They already disappear from tourist areas. Well, this is a relation between tourist and resilience. If we can provide smooth support for tourists, I think tourists may go home smoothly, and we can use human resource for other things like risk reduction or recovery, and it might improve resilience. And this figure is a concept of disaster mitigation, and if we can use power to risk reduction and recovery, this triangle can be smaller. So make triangle smaller means disaster risk reduction. So thinking evacuation can contribute on resilience on tourist area. This is the objective, so I want to propose some evacuation method at tourist site. Especially, I want to introduce the agent modeling method, combining sampling survey. This is the method. First, I conduct sampling survey. After that, make a model and develop agent simulation. This is a related work. So in the study of tourist evacuation, not so many, but some of them do it. We can say previous simulation study is assumed that tourists always move to evacuation place. Yeah, but in the real world, tourists do not always aim at evacuation because they don't have knowledge. Yeah, but I don't know why previous studies, tourist agent always know where is the evacuation place. So we have to consider about it. And next is about foreign tourists. So today, I live in Kyoto. Kyoto is a very famous historical tourist city, but it's a very there are many foreign tourists today, so we cannot ignore foreign tourists. So we have to consider about foreign tourists in the simulation study also. And first, I made a agent behavior rule by sampling survey using decision tree analysis. Sorry, I think it's wrong analysis. Is this correct? Yeah, this is an abstract of survey. Last year I conducted questionnaire survey to Japanese tourists, 274 Japanese tourists and 107 tourists. And I asked a question is related to evacuation staff behavior and route selection to public transportation terminal. First, I asked about how to decide about starting evacuation. Respondents were asked to imagine themselves in the immediate after earthquake under the three factors shown in the table. And from them, for example, under these conditions, which behavior do you want to choose it? For example, no announcement, but other tourists already start moving. So which behavior do you want to choose? From one, move to public transportation terminal, to move to evacuation area, and three, stay. Yeah, like this. And this is a question about route selection. Yeah. In this question, I asked 4 factors, and respondents were asked to imagine under the 4 factors in the table, and for example, route A has wider street and more people choose it, and no guide. Route B is narrow street, and other people did not choose it, no guide. Which route do you want to choose, like this? And I used decision tree analysis to make the rule. This is the rule of starting evacuation. For example, if announcement about evacuation was provided, how can I say? He or she choose behavior 1. Behavior 1 means, sorry, it's not, he or she will move to public terminal with a probability of 0.06. Sorry, it's a mistake. 0.6 is a mistake. 0.06, like this. From this survey, I can say so many people, follow guidance. Guidance means no, not guidance. Announcement. Like announcement said, please evacuate. So they will follow evacuate. They will evacuate. Start evacuate, like this. And if there are no announcement, tourists tend to stay. If there are no announcement, means behavior 4 is not under the condition of no announcement. So they tend to choose stay behavior like this. And this is using decision tree analysis to make route selection rules. But this is also, for example, if there are no guide and that road is wider, people choose select with a probability of 0.71, like this. From this, we can say many people follow the guide, and under conditions of no guidance, wise of route and walking experience and other behavior is has impact on their decision making, route selection, like this. Okay, I will skip here. Yes, this is my result of making rule, behavior rule. So we can say there are differences in behavior between foreign tourists and Japanese tourists. And guidance, roadwise, and other tourist behavior are important factors in both evacuation route selection and route selection to evacuation area and route selection to public transportation. Yeah. And using this rule I developed agent-based simulation and case study of Kiyomizu Temple area. This is a Kiyomizu Temple area. It's a very famous Japanese traditional tourist area, but Hanaure active halt is very near from this area, so we need prepare for supporting system tourists. And I use SOAS as a development platform. And case study is Kiyomizu Temple area and adapt spot link style to express street network. And this is okay, I will skip, sorry, I don't have time. And this is agent behavior algorithm. After disaster occurs, agents decide start or not start. After that, if they want to move to terminal, they follow the rule of decision tree diagram and move to next node and come back to start or evacuate. Move to next node, and after that move back to the first. Agents repeat this rule from occurrence of an earthquake to evacuation complete, or going out from Kiyomizu Temple area. Okay, I will explain roughly. So I make 6 cases, sorry, I will skip explain about each cases. So, but any case we can say. So many people when move out from Kiyomizu Temple areas. Yeah. Even if we set guide staff or conduct the announcement. This is a trend in number of tourists living out from the Kiyomizu Temple area. And this is how many people arrive at the evacuation area. Well, not so many people arrive, but if we set guide staff in front of temporary evacuation area, the more evacuees can arrive evacuation area. Okay, it's concluding remarks, but it's tentative. From this result, I can say so. Many tourists live out from the Kiyomizu Temple area. It may cause congestion at the nearby communities if they are not correctly guided. So this means that smooth support for tourists can improve their resilience of tourist area. If lack of support, I think we have to use more human resource or more power for tourists. So I think recovery may be delayed. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move into Italy, and we'll start with the recovery of archives in the area of March Crater. So, Giorgia?
Yeah?
Yes, Giorgia Di Marcantonio.
Sì. Okay. Thank you, Chair. Thank you all. And first of all, thanks all to our organizer, of course, to University of l'Aquila, and of course the University College London. I'm Giorgia Di Marcantonio. I'm an archivist and I'm a member of a small group at University of Macerata who worked under the Recovery Archive in the area of the Marche Crater. First of all, I'd like to start with the words of François Mitterrand, who pronounces this word in 1989 and invited all those who have held position of responsibility to pay attention to the past, because no program can be established with heavy memory of what happened in the past. A past that considered with a collective identity without which the social memory of social group and organization would be lost. Consistent with what Mitterrand stated, the project that I'm presenting here aims to recover and denounce the archive of local authority. As you know, the seismic event on central Italy between 2016 and 2017 have torn the lifeblood of many territories between Marche, Umbria, Lazio, and Abruzzo. In this case, we have the bell tower of Camerino, a real disaster. With a decree of law, in order to ensure an homogeneous reconstruction and adaptation, an appropriate reconstruction, was drawn up a list of municipalities affected by seismic event between 2016 and 2017. And in this case, you have a map. But the most affected area runs along the area of the Sibillini Mountains and Upper Tronto Valley, in which there were 299 victims and 370 wounded. Numerous damage to communication routes, to both public and private buildings, and also to cultural heritage. Even if the emergency state is exceeded, there are still many interventions to be implemented. Naturally, the first allocation of funds must be directed to the physical reconstruction of the territories, but it also appropriate to deal with the restoration of social and identity memory. For this reason, the cultural heritage, and specifically the Archives 1, are essential to guarantee the survival of memory of this community that have been evilly damaged or even completely destroyed. Hence, the need to create a scientific project shared between territories aimed at preserving the vast documentary heritage that lies after a seismic event. The object of this speech and, of course, of the paper, which I present here in representation of University of Macerata, is to recover the archives in the area of the crater that involves, with a view to collaborative network, the University of Macerata, which will take care of scientific coordination, the company Gallo Pomi Service specialized in the digitalization service, the Karima Foundation, and the Marco region as co-financer. The project for the recovery of archive in the crater area involves these archives, which were more in need of immediate intervention. Municipal Archive of Ussita, Visso, Urbisaglia, Camerino, Gualdo, Monte San Martino e San Anatolia, Matelica, Castelraimondo, Valfornace, Fiuminata, and Archive of Diocese of Camerino and Historical Archive of Sanctuary of Macereto. And of course, you have a map in order to understand where this place is located. So, pilot project. We start with a pilot project that involved the Municipal Archive, of Urbisaglia. The reorganization of Historical Archive of Urbisaglia, which began in April 2018 and lasted 12 months, was the starting point of the Earthquake Archives project. The municipality of Urbisaglia is in fact at the crater edge, and the minor impact of the earthquake on its territory has allowed a more immediate of safe action on the archive, fortunately preserved in a building that has suffered a limited amount of damage. The work considered the documentation of Historical Archive of Urbisaglia, and the documentation relates to a period from 16th century to 20th century. We began with a census of the paper, which allows who have to have a first summary view of the documentation preserved in the archive. We choose, of course, an analytic description level. The description activity was realized with the Archimista software. Archimista is an open source application for the census, reordering, and inventory of archives that arise from a collaboration agreement between Lombardy region, Piedmont region, and the General Directorate of Archives in Italy. Thanks to Archimista, we worked for the creation of two research tools: a descriptive inventory of the documentation of the pre-unification documentation, and an instrument related to the post-unification documentation. Of course, all data relating to Urbisaglia have been implemented in the United Informed System of the Archival Superintendents in Italy. We have reported the damaged part of the documentation to be restored or bound, drawing up a specific list that indicates the type of damage found. Accredited technicians and operators were contacted for the acquisition of diagnosis and intervention estimates. Thanks to Gallo Pomi Service, we have reproduced the documentation in digital formats so as to continue the subsequent consultation via internet or intranet for us, and preserve the original format for NPs and direct consultation, also in consideration of the state of preservation. In this case, you have an example of record of civil acts discussed before the mayor of Urbisaglia, a very high quality of master. The first project, we talk today only this project because we haven't time. So the first project considered the historical and deposit documentation produced from 1970, attesting the history and the social and economic development of territory of the municipality of Ussita. And this is the situation now. This documentation has never been found to be inventoried, just a regular waste operation doesn't seem to have been carried out. In addition to the documentation of the municipality, we are also interventing on a various acts, documentation and material related to Cardinale Enrico Gasparri, who was born in Ussita in 1871. The documentation cannot be processed in the municipal building. For this reason, it was decided to work to temporarily move the documentation, so the archive, to save a place that was identified in the Franciscan Library in Falconara Marittima, because this is the situation there. Before being able to intervene on the spot, we worked as University of Macerata for about a year and a half in order to receive all the necessary authorization for the project. Actors involved, you have a list of actors involved: archival and bibliographical superintendents Marche and Umbria. It's not a real core, but it's a team of carabinieri for the protection of cultural heritage, firefighters, of course, University of Macerata, and the municipality of Ussita. The work done by archival superintendents was commendable, as the one of the Carabinieri unit for the protection of cultural heritage. But a special prize must be given to firefighters who have supported us in the operation much more than they should have done. The working condition was very unstable. Indeed, the documentation was distributed on 3 floors, and it was not always possible to use the third, that is a vehicle equipped with a basket that transported the documentation from the upper floor to the outside. For this reason, the firefighters had to transfer by hand the remaining parts of the documentation, going through unsafe stair, through narrow passage to the reticular scaffolding that served as support to the structure for 10 hours for 5 days. The documentation on the square in front of the municipality was then sorted into boxes, and there was signed number and distinguished by documentation type. The team of the Carabinieri then escorted the documentation to the site assigned to work on the recovered archival material. Now the documentation will be organized in a section of the archival of technical office will be digitalized. This documentation is important and must be operational as quickly as possible, because without those papers, it's impossible to start the reconstruction of the Orbisaglia. To speed up the work, it was decided to digitalize this paper relative to the technical office using the MedSan metadata standard. Some number of Ussita. To date, we have reached 400 bugs. Only 5 researchers, 3 fire brigade teams, 2 superintendent's office, and of course 1 team for the team of the Carabinieri for the protection of cultural heritage. Now we have opened more than 10 projects. And of course, keep calm, because it's just the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being on time. So now is the opportunity for Arianna Tanfori. Her presentation is called The Tree, about the reconstruction here in L'Aquila.
Good evening, thank you for introduce. The title of my talk is The Tree, and deals with the concept of place after the tragedy and the relationship between identity and the rejection of modern architecture in the case study of L'Aquila. I would like to tell you about the history of the city, but we no have time, so my presentation comes from the observation of different behaviors toward the earthquake trauma and the reconstruction process. During these 10 years, that is a really complex situation and topic. It will be an observation as a citizen and as an architect. So what is place, and when does it stop being? Marc Auger defines a place as identity, relational, and historical. On the contrary, a place that is not identity, relational, and historical defines a non-place. So the city of L'Aquila can compare to a tree. The tree is a vital source for the animals of the forest. Birds, insects, and other animals find shelter and protection here. But one day, however, the tree gets sick, the branches dry up, and the animals escape, abandoning it to its destiny. In fact, one of the alarms after the earthquake was the abandonment, the depopulation, the death of the city, and an useless reconstruction addressed to anyone. But today, the data shows that population has suffered a decline during these 10 years, in the middle of these 10 years, but in reality, the demographic decline was not as massive as feared. Many people go away, but many people come to work or to study here in L'Aquila. We have to say that the abandonment that L'Aquila lived or lives, he has a different nature. In fact, it is also an abandonment of identity, because many people no longer recognize themselves in the city, and people want to go out, want to live, and they have broken all connection with the city. But it's also a civic abandonment. Today, L'Aquila suffers a total loss of civic sense. Cars are parked everywhere in the historic center. It's very hard to walk in the historic center today, and the trash is abandoned on the street and fountains, and recycling is not done. And in the street there is a total absence of respect for rules, for inhabitants, for the city. As the center is invaded by trucks for reconstruction, everyone feels free to get anywhere by car, and this generates degradation and discomfort, and highlights the complex question of the compatibility between the speed of cars and the calm of historic center. So why? The reason for these types of abandonment could be that inhabitants no longer recognize the city as their own, but as an ordinary place to which they do not belong, or a place that they are tired of waiting. The priority after the earthquake was the reconstruction of the houses and the restoration of cultural heritage, recognized as the identity of the city. The reconstruction is necessary to reaffirm membership in the city, and so the identity. In fact, a strong bond and a strong interest in the cultural heritage, but also in the story of the city on its foundation, for example, has developed after the earthquake. In the case of L'Aquila, the historic center coincides with the city, as for the city of the past. So the historic center, in the case of L'Aquila, is the hub of activities, of life, and so for the identity. So it is an absolute priority for the rebirth of the city, its restoration. Indeed, policies and rules for reconstruction aim to restoring the city as it was and where it was, but at 11 years ago state. This has led to highlight a problem that is common to all of Italy and not common in other parts of Europe, that is the rejection of modern architecture in historic centers. President Puglisi says that we are not educated to contemporary world. In fact, the buildings of 17th are considered normal, while a building constructed today with the language of our century, of our generation of architects, is rejected and refused in the common sense.
But we are citizens of the world. We can speak many languages. We have many houses. We have to design our city with pride and not with fear of our past. We can restore heritage. We have to restore heritage, but we also can build something new. The reconstruction of the city of L'Aquila must allow the present to manifest itself and to leave a sign of this century, of this age, and this generation in urban landscape, as also as a sign of earthquake, as a memorial. So in L'Aquila, the consequence of the earthquake trauma has perhaps amplified this behavior, because what is not heritage is not identity, so is not accepted. There is no space for contemporary architecture, and there is even a preference for a fake, for a stylism. It is preferred to see a plaster with an ancient color, a color of earth maybe, knowing that below it there is a thermal coat and not just stones. So we stopped at the moment just before the tragedy, and we tried to restore the city to how it was but 11 years ago. Two of most examples in L'Aquila. One, the Auditorium del Parco, designed by Renzo Piano and donated to the city, has been criticized from part of population for the materials, the colors, the context, and the removal of few trees for its construction, and then for the few seats. Another example is a 17th concrete building demolished and reconstructed with modern, contemporary lines, designed, however, starting from the Palazzo Ardinghelli lines in Piazza Santa Maria Paganica. But here, the criticism were very severe. In the suburbs, it was fine. It's strange that someone liked it. It was enough to paint it like the old one. It would have been enough to put the cantoral stone at the corners. So the attitude is to try to hide our time and preserve the historic and the cultural heritage, but also building of the 17th, and so make fakes. Because in the common sense, they are normal. They are considered normal. This is the building before the earthquake. So we have to say that what is called this heritage is not true. And we have the role as architects and as academical to educate, in some cases, people to heritage, to history, to future, to architecture and heritage. In other cities, the process of modernization is gradual, and the introduction of modern architecture in historical center is not attacked as hard as in L'Aquila. In fact, before the earthquake here in L'Aquila, there was already this building with the glass facade very close to Piazza Duomo. And this building, the University of Human Science, was also under construction at the time of earthquake in Piazza San Basilio. This building has seismic isolators, a particular shape, and a coating that is so far from the classic plaster. In these cases, the criticism were not so hard, so severe. So many opportunities were lost in the reconstruction of L'Aquila. For example, there has not been an urban project that regulated the reconstruction in parallel with the growth of the city. L'Aquila has not been competitive with other cities in Italy and in Europe for 10 years because it is only engaged in the reconstruction process. The city didn't grow up and didn't focus on its opportunity for the future. And today, for example, the construction of a new shopping center upset people. In order to live, a place must be attractive. Today, L'Aquila is perhaps the safest seismically and energy-efficient city in Italy. Its reconstruction could have unexpected effects with a wide resonance. So L'Aquila could become a new city able to attract new inhabitants, tourists, profession, new activities, and new inhabitants. So reconstruction is necessary to bring the city back to life, to recreate a place where people can live. But 10 years after the earthquake, it's time to ask for something new, for something more, and to put aside a simple reconstruction and finally project the city into the future. But anyway, because we don't have many time, I will tell you that the great strength of the city lies in the concept of place. The tree that identifies the city of L'Aquila has never lost its inhabitants because the concept of place has never failed, has never disappeared. L'Aquila has never become a known place. And this city is an important example of a city made by people, even if there are no more built places to live and the buildings are destroyed. So the concept of place, the concept of the city, and the link between identity and cultural heritage are stronger than the catastrophe. Tourists, students, and new inhabitants who arrive for work, for work reasons, discover the strong identity of the city. The motto of the city of L'Aquila is Immota Manet. Immota Manet in the most known sign means that remains still, that nothing new can happen. But maybe not many people know that in reality Immota Manet means to remain deeply rooted in the ground, to identity, to history, to origin, like the roots of a tree. So Immota Manet, even the many earthquakes L'Aquila has suffered in its history. This is the famous resilience of L'Aquila, a place made up of people before building a tree. Thank you.
Thank you, Ariana. And now we will receive Anna or Alexandra?
Anna Remska. I don't know how about you, but I'm hypnotized by these shaking images. So if perhaps we should try with a PPT?
I think it's the same.
Yeah, so her presentation, it's about short-term and mid-term temporary strategies in the intrinsic part of pre-reconstruction recovery processes.
Yeah, that's the same.
The Norcia as case study.
Let's try to. So sorry, I'll try to do my best to be as fast as possible. Thank you. I'm so thrilled and delighted to be here. My name is Anna Poremska, and I'm from the Faculty of Architecture of the Krakow University of Technology. And you may be surprised how about someone from Krakow is going to say anything about Norcia. Well, this is in a way a side effect of me being a collaborator, friend of certain Paola Rizzi for the last 15 years. So you can't stay with her without being, in a way, influenced by her approach to past and present and the future. And today I'm going to present you some scenarios for Norcia after the earthquake that were analyzed with me and a student of mine while working on her master thesis. Of course, these are questions rather than answers and proposals rather than solutions, as scientific as a how about can be. So I would like you to treat it as so not to focus too much on whether these proposals are valid or not, but whether the question that lies behind those proposals is valid or not. And this mid and short-term strategies for the recovery phase are rooted in several quite important keywords that were declinated today and yesterday in every possible ways. And of course, just to sum up and put more or less my approach to the subject, you won't find as it was in the definition of the resilience. So there is nothing, in the definition of the resilience, there is nothing about maintaining the structure or maintaining the appearance of the urban system. And as far as this may sound strange, the first things first syndrome, it's something typical for both post-disaster recovery and developing countries. It's a situation in which you are seemingly expected to address serious problems first, using mostly serious solutions. So it's more or less without thinking of the alternatives or the consequences of your actions. So it's more or less like in the case of Progetto Case in L'Aquila. So let's build houses first because houses are needed, and we'll think later, let's build them wherever it takes, or however it takes, and we'll think later of sidewalks, public transport, site facilities, nurseries, etc. So that's a typical first things first syndrome. And as far as the 5 W's and 1 H goes, very often the what is missing in this list, and it's probably the critical issue as far as reconstruction goes, to actually understand what we are trying to rebuild, reconstruct and recover. Starting from the very genius loci, what it is, where it derives from, if cultural heritage, what cultural heritage, what if substance, what substance, and of course why. As far as where goes, just to remind, of course, Central Italy, that's obvious, but what is quite important, and I think hasn't been emphasized sufficiently today or yesterday, is that not only the matter of Italy being at high seismic risk, it's in comparison with Europe, it's the upper right picture, there are some areas in Europe that are even more vulnerable in terms of seismic risk. However, it's Italy that, at the same time, really high level of seismic risk is not only densely populated, but also it's a concentration of enormous number of heritage sites and cultural heritage. Why? Well, of course, because an earthquake happened. Actually, not an earthquake. It's now called a seismic sequence, AVS, a matrice visonorcia seismic sequence, that started at the end of 2016 and continued to 2017. And as you can see, it's spanned from 5.9 to 6.5 MW. And this is Norcia before 2016. Number 1 is the St. Benedict's Church. And this is how it looked immediately after the earthquake. This is the red zone that covers nearly 90% of the city, and this is the red zone today. It hasn't been changed since 2018, and you can see that the area of the St. Benedict Church, that's the bottom right corner of the main square, is still surrounded by red. This is more or less the outline of the church before the earthquake. This is more or less how it looks today, and actually this is how it looks today, and this is how it's going to look for years to come. Of course, there is a special commission responsible for the restoration, also responsible for an international architectural competition still yet to be announced. You must remember that since it's a church, but it's part of the Benedictine Abbey, they respond to Vatican directly and Vatican only. Again, this no one knows how long this very state of what's left of St. Benedict's Church, already a patchwork with a very small nucleus of the early medieval part, mostly in the underground, whereas the grave of St. Benedict, and the rest is mostly Baroque and 19th century, was Baroque and 19th century. And of course, meanwhile, the famous above-mentioned commission, there are the people who want the church back, as if nothing had happened. So they want it again, as it was, where it was. And it is a thing that perhaps should be strongly distinguished, and it's also one of the reasons why the situation in Europe, but also in the United States of America, is what it is that the people are promised they will be given what they want, which is an approach of rather poor a politician, while it's more about giving people what they need, which should be an approach of a designer or planner or someone responsible for the cultural heritage maintenance. It's not that simple, because you need tools to explain people that what they need may be better than what they want. And not only tools are needed, but also time. And this time is more or less in the face of the recovery. So the most urgent things have already been addressed. The rescue and the relief phase is over. So perhaps focusing a little bit more on what's happening in the recovery phase before the reconstruction starts is an opportunity, the very opportunity we mentioned already, to think of the alternatives. And this is the center of Norcia, drawn according Noli standards before the earthquake, with major pedestrian access and very limited access for vehicles, including emergency ones. And this is how it looks currently, or actually this is how it looks currently if we consider everything that is inaccessible a barrier similar to an enclosed facade. So what I was trying to understand with my student is how to use this situation, how instead of providing just a regular safety countermeasures, to think about a solution that would be temporary, but would took a role of a countermeasure, making this place livable and usable in whatever way, be it just a lecture of the surroundings and providing some open spaces at the end of the existing axis, or whether it should be a set of temporary facilities maintaining the same identical functions that were there in the first place, because Benedictines were, it's a sort of congregation that has always been very active in the historical city centers. So how about maintaining their presence there, allowing or opening completely new connections with the surroundings, including access for emergency vehicles, or be it just a simple temporary prefabricated dismantleable structure that will again replace the existing countermeasures. Such intervention, of course, these are just simple proposals. There's nothing actually executive behind those, because this it's more like opening new research questions of on the qualitative rather than quantitative approach to recovery and reconstruction. Because if you are dealing with risk, the first thing any stakeholder or risk manager will do is to look at the numbers and choose proper actions on this basis. And such intervention, of course, it should be reversible, reusable, recyclable, secure and adaptive, but perhaps it should also be dual. And by dual, I mean, or we mean with Paula, something that has that addresses at least more than one purpose. So not only a security countermeasure, or not only a public space, or not only whatever function, but something that address at the same time everyday life and a situation of emergency. And since, as you can see, reconstruction is an extremely political issue, then perhaps it should be addressed as such and approached as such and analyzed as such, with the good old question from the game theory, who pays the bill included. Not only because the case study in question is owned by probably still the most powerful and richest corporation in the world, which is the Catholic Church, but also by the simple fact that an obsolete city is a bill that is a substantial one to pay. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. I will invite all the presenters to the table, please, so we can have a discussion regarding. I will make a brief summary of the presentations. The first two presentations were directly related to tourism. The first one presents a study about visitor experiences and behavior and different ways to improve their experiences. In the first case, we saw how the use of new technology may or may not improve the visitors' experiences, giving a more detailed idea of the site. And in the second case, it was about how improve experiences of tourists regarding their improvement of their security and safety in the case of disaster, and how to define how is the best evacuation method to use. In the third case, we saw how archives are important to keep memories of the past. And it is a project about involving diverse stakeholders in different municipalities of the Mark crater for collecting, classifying, and preserving archives. Then we moved a vision of, like the author has as citizen and architect, regarding the abandonment of L'Aquila after the earthquake and how it came back to, during the reconstructions, caused a loss of civic sense and the sense of community and the common goods. But in a different way of thinking, reconstruction has to leave a space of something new, not just giving back what they have had because of the earthquake, and because the place is made by people and not just by buildings. And then in the last presentation, we saw how decisions taken just after disasters influence path of reconstruction and recovery. And again, in St. Benedict case, she said that the people want to have the church just it was, but maybe it's not the best thing to do, because maybe we can change the question regarding what people want to regarding what people need. So welcome for the discussion, and just start with questions. Yes, Flavia?
So I have a question for Anna, but also for Arianna in some way. So I'm very thankful for it. It was very interesting, and I agree with you 100% on the fact that politicians always address, yes, we will rebuild as it was where it was, especially in Italy, like the very next day of the earthquake, without understanding anything about the faults or whatever happened, and so they're promising things that they can deliver, and yes, I agree with you totally, but I was interested in how can we change that perception, so practically, what can be done to educate the people and make them understand that what they want is not what they need, and the shifting in this kind of perception, in practice, how can that be done? And that is also addressing to Arianna in a sense that people complain about those buildings, as you were saying, but how can we change this kind of perception, especially in cities like this one where the heritage and the historical reasons are so strong?
I think participation. So talk with people, to people as architects and academical, to educate, to explain, to discuss with people. And this not happen here in L'Aquila and maybe in other parts of Italy after earthquakes or disasters.
Yeah, it should happen probably first, before.
But you know, it's always problematic to ask people what they want, because they want to be young and rich. I want to look like Charlize Theron and work at UCL, for instance. It's not gonna happen. Well, again, as I mentioned before, you need tools and time. And since it's hardly ever time to make good decisions, because you are in a post-disaster recovery, you are usually working in this first things first mode. So that's why probably this phase of recovery, if we dedicate more attention to that and at least think of a possibility of having a different sort of interventions before we decide what to actually do and what should be done, how it should be done. It's one of the keys.
So educated in this sense. So well, reconstruction as it was, well, but what it could be. So in this sense.
Yeah, because even if you want to rebuild it as it was, first you need attentive evaluation of the state of the building, then you need to understand what can be reconstructed, what should be replaced with something new. So it requires time, otherwise you are simply opening an archive, taking out some documentation and do it in concrete or reinforced concrete, plaster, and that's it.
Okay, next question. Yes, please.
So after it's really a question for Anna, after the experience, the Poland experience, after the war that led to the charter for how to reconstruct a city after a disaster. So what do you think we can apply in case of or other cities in Italy that come from the Poland experience for reconstruction?
Not Warsaw. It took 3 generations to actually rebuild the city. It is to bring any sort of life and activity into the reconstructed historical city center. That's the first thing. And again, Warsaw is an example of an extremely political decision. It was a sort of a compensatory gift after the geopolitical results of the Second World War for Poland that ended after Yalta and Potsdam ended under the Soviets' influence. So it was a sort of compensation. Okay, Warsaw was destroyed, and regardless the Athens Charter, we give you the green light to rebuild the city. And with some of you already discussed this issue, so sorry for being repetitive, but it's perhaps not such well known that Warsaw was rebuilt on the cost of many other monuments and cities. There was no construction material available. So in a radius of some approximately 100 kilometers, other cities and other monuments were demolished in order to provide building material for Warsaw. Any sort of reconstruction or investment process in the rest of the country was stopped until the 1949, where the first part of the reconstruction was accomplished. So there are layers and layers and layers of political decisions and the consequences that are hardly ever present in the discourse on Warsaw and how it was rebuilt after the Second World War. So it's rather sad and optimistic example, especially because of what I said before. It took literally 3 generations to make this Disneyland of the historical city center to work.
Mm-hmm. Next question.
So this will be the first session that ended before.
Do we have enough time for another question?
Sorry to interrupt. The school session leaves now. So if there is anybody who's interested in the school session, I'm going now. There is another session here. Tomorrow we start at 9 o'clock. Okay? Prompt, because the keynote speaker has been kept in Rome until lunchtime, so instead of opening the conference, he will close it. And so we start the session at 9. So be here promptly. I'll see you tonight at the dinner. And yes.
Okay. Okay, any questions? In the meantime, I have a question for you. What do you want in the end to do with those archives? Are you planning? I know they are covering a lot of information, a lot of data, but are you having an idea of how can be used?
Yes, this is the first part of the project, recover the archive. The second part of the project is to create an exposition of this type of date in order to understand to the people how we are doing now. So in order to take a part of the exhibition with us, and I think it's very most important involve the citizen in our work, because we work with their memory. And yes, we have a lot of projects, but we need time.
Yeah, I know. And time and money. Okay, and I will ask if you are planning also to do some kind of models to include in the Canterbury Church?
Yes, as part of the future workflows is, of course, the digital reconstruction of these. They're not going to be physical materialistic models, but 3D projections of the artifact, which is going to be modeled in 3D softwares and presented on site.
Thank you. Any questions? No? I have a last question for Japanese participant regarding the is this being applied, or do you plan to apply the evacuation model in Kiyomisadera Temple? Use that one.
Okay, so to tell the truth, so I don't have any relation between Kiyomizu Temple and community-based organization around Kiyomizu Temple. So today I don't have any idea to suggest.
Today no plans?
Today community organization around there often conduct evacuation drill with tourists. Yeah, I think they have they have plan for evacuation and support tourists. Yeah, I think I need to discuss with them for my study and for their activities. I think, yeah.
Okay. So we are finishing now. If there is no any questions left, to the next session start pretty soon. Thank you very much for coming, and thank you for all the presenters.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we are towards the last session of the day. The title of the session is Rebuilding Confidence in the Capacities of the City, Linkages between Reconstruction Process and Socio-Economic Recovery. I'm the chair for today. My name is Architect Abhishek Jain. I'm from India. And we are going to have Patricia Montori for the first presentation. Patricia, please come to the stage.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon to all. In my presentation and in the speech, I would like to present a famous case of reconstruction after the Second World War. The reconstruction of Coventry, an English city, mostly famous for the reconstruction of its cathedral in modern shape by on the project of Basil Spence, but interesting also for the reconstruction of the historic center on the plan of Donald Gibson, a modernist plan, and also for the contemporary choices of recovery on a plan named Phoenix Initiative. Certainly the bombing, the German bombing on November 14th, 1940 is one of the most important dates for the history of Coventry because in this deadly operation the German Luftwaffe hits the city and nicknamed this operation sarcastically like a famous sonata by Ludwig van Beethoven, Moonlight Sonata, and Joseph Goebbels, the Minister of Propaganda of the Third Reich, described with satisfaction this ride with the neologism Coventrisirin, to coventrate. From then, a verb used for meaning of raise completely to round a city. The destruction is vast in the historic center, and the first raid was focused on the heart of the historic center, the Three Spires area, so called for the presence of three spires, the one of the Cathedral of St. Michael, the other one of the Holy Trinity Church, and the third one of the Franciscan Christ Church. And the Cathedral of St. Michael, built between the end of the 14th century and the beginning of the 15th, completely collapsed and was reduced to a skeleton and the only spire surviving. And we can see in these photos below the ruins of the Gothic nave. And also if at the end of the war the devastation was worst because many other raids had followed the Moonlight Sonata blitz. Around the cathedral was concentrated the need for first and most immediate intervention for a reconstruction that was a sign of hope and trust and for the world and for Coventry. So probably the population would have preferred a reconstruction as it was where it was, but the competition launched in 1951 will be an opportunity to explore another shape of monumentality focused to the topics of link between ancient and new. between shell, symbolized by the ruins of the ancient cathedral, and the phoenix, symbolized by the new building. And the project of the Scottish architect Basil Spence fully expressed this idea and become a perfect representation of an architecture of trauma. Basil Spence was a pupil of the important architect Edward Lutyens, famous mostly for the plan of New Delhi, and made a project based on the ideas of medievalism, because he adopts a longitudinal plan with perpendicular axis to the old cathedral, and spiritualism, because the ruins of the ancient cathedral become a garden of remembrances with, for example, the chariot cross, a wooden crucifix made with the pieces of the beams collapsed after the bombing. But is interesting, like I said in the beginning, also the plan of Donald Gibson. First of all, I must say that contrary to the popular belief, the modernization of Coventry began long before the German bombing, because the city was a medieval city, but also an important British industrial center. So many historical buildings that were considered undesirable or unrepairable had already been destroyed. And when in 1938 Donald Gibson, a modernist urban planner and architect, became the new city architect and town planner of Coventry, it was seen like a sign to desire for change, to modernization the city. In fact, in 1939, Gibson presented its plan in exhibition named Coventry of Tomorrow for the civic center, the area near the Cathedral of St. Michael and the Holy Trinity Church, with public buildings, traditional in the facades because made in local red sandstone, but also as we can see in the model, in the image, he also involved the demolition of most of the medieval and 18th century buildings next to the cathedral and the Church of the Holy Trinity. So when the German bombing hits Coventry, Gibson saw this bombing like an opportunity to extend the plan of 1938 on a bigger area. And present a new plan in 1941 based on an inner ring road around the historic center for remove the car traffic to the center of the city. A new pedestrian area, the present, in front of the cathedral, divided in two parts. An upper precinct with a garden square in front of the cathedral, open on the view of the cathedral, and a lower precinct with a theater and a two-level shopping center, and a bigger area, the civic center, in the right of the cathedral, with public building and other facilities for the city. We will see quickly the project. Broadgate in 1948, the foundation stone was laid, and this part of the plan of Gibson was fully realized, like in his project. But in 90s, one side of the square open to the view of the cathedral was closed with the construction of a new shopping center made by an Arab businessman. The lower precinct is another part of the project of Gibson made like in the project, but the usual lack of funds was responsible for the exclusion of some of the extra feature, like the mini play garden in the center and the curved garden in one side of the lower precinct. The civic center instead is a part that did not have the same fortune, because appunto was never realized, and it is one of the reasons of that has created in Coventry, in the historic center of Coventry, an inconsistent mix of old and new building with an empty areas, very big. So, for example, in 2000 year was built in not far from the cathedral the yellow-blue cube of IKEA. The politicians want to revitalize the historic center, and in 1998 launched the Phoenix Initiative, a plan for the revitalization of the historic center, based on the idea of a path between old and new, between south and north of the historic center. In 1998 the competition was won by the London studio MJP Architect, and the project, the goals of the project are to capitalize the visitors of the two poles of the historic center, the cathedral, and another pole is the transport museum in north. To encourage the people to stay longer in the earth of the historic center, to regenerate a neglected area. In 2001, start the excavation near the Cathedral of St. Michael for find the ancient first Catholic Church of Coventry, the Priory of St. Mary, and was built a new garden in the site of the ancient church, with a new building, the Priory Visit Center, in which are exposed some objects found during the excavation. Near the Priory Garden there is another garden, the Priory Cloister, in the site of the ancient cloister. From the Priory Cloister Garden, following the path, you arrive in another new square, the Priory Place, with a new residential building designed by MJP Studio, and then in another spectacular square, in a fan-shaped square, in front of the Transport Museum, the Millennium Place, dominated by a structure, a gigantic structure in steel, the White Larker, designed by I close my speech with a question. Coventry is a city that in two dramatic moments of its history, the war and the economic recession, has chosen to reconstruct its identity on modern architecture. And are these modern interventions sufficient to reconstruct an identity of a center, or the reconstruction as it was, where it was, remain the most effective way? In the future, we can see the future of the historic center of Coventry. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. Any questions? Yeah.
How would you answer that question?
Because is now Coventry in after the Second World War and next have many problems with modern architecture because the identity of the city, of the medieval city, for the population is not it didn't not exist. So and probably the population would prefer a reconstruction as it was, where it was. But politicians choices to focus the reconstruction on modern architecture. So with Phoenix Initiative, the choice is the same. And now we must see if the population of Coventry and the tourist, the other person, for this person, this choice is correct, because in other case, like for example the reconstruction of Wurz, of Dresden, the reconstruction as it was, where it was, had more success perhaps for the population, the identity of the historic center. So the Phoenix Initiative, that is a path really between ancient and new, perhaps can work, but we don't know if work.
Any other questions? Okay, so can we have Munir Sabeh Afaki? Yeah. Thank you, Patricia.
Good afternoon. In this presentation, we will be introduced to the changes that have occurred to the urban fabric of the old city of Aleppo over the years. Its main characteristics that got it the title of a World Heritage Site by the UNESCO in 1986, and the role that the restoration of this ancient fabric could play in the recovery and the resilience of the city. Natural disasters and armed conflict both provoke a considerable amount of controversy. However, in the case of armed conflict, controversy is significantly higher, given the fact that the aim would be gaining public approval in a divided society. Recovery would be relatively slow because of the human and cultural loss caused by violence, which requires the consideration of peace-building processes and the commemoration of the loss. The ideal situation would be reversing the damage that happened, in addition to restoring the common identity and achieving a peaceful life based on coexistence. Moving to the case study, the urban development of Aleppo was first studied by Sauvager in 1935. In the figures, we can see how the city has evolved from a Hellenistic city with grid planning to Byzantine, Islamic and Ottoman. The fabric of the old city became tree-shaped and organic. More recently, the city was modernized during the last years of the Ottoman rule and then the French Mandate and afterwards. In 1954, the French architect André Gotton proposed a plan with highways penetrating the old city in order to modernize it and provide car access, followed by another similar plan by the Japanese architect Gyoji Banshoya in 1969. The two plans led to the demolishment of tens of hectares and the deformation of large parts of the urban fabric. Fortunately, the plans were stopped and the city was later declared by the UNESCO as a World Heritage Site, which forced its preservation and the restoration of its buildings and public spaces. The old city has witnessed severe damages during the Syrian war. The latest damage assessment shows that 20% is heavily to totally damaged, 60% is slightly damaged, and 20% is intact to some limit. The compact and organic planning of the old city was one of the reasons that sustained the conflict, being an optimum place for fortification, camouflage, and snipe. The built heritage was used as a means for punishment, revenge, and a form for cultural cleansing, which had severe impacts on the society and its psychological well-being, and the feeling that the Aleppian identity is targeted and at stake. Nowadays, the reconstruction of the Umayyad Mosque is taking place. The mosque used to be an important gathering point and a pillar to social life. Its destruction has created a wound that needs to be healed. Its destroyed minaret used to be a symbol and a landmark of the city. The adopted reconstruction approach, as explained by the main architect, is to preserve the bullet marks on some walls as a witness to the destruction that happened, and cover the other walls with wooden panels for the next generations to decide their future. The stones of the minaret are collected, documented, and numbered in order to rebuild it exactly like it was. The ancient souk was a vital public space where people of all backgrounds and religions used to gather for the common purpose of trade and commerce. Its reconstruction holds a symbolic meaning of resilience, of going back to the good times when life was prosperous. Souk al-Saqatiyya is a part of the ancient souk, which reconstruction was finished recently. According to the chief architect, the approach predicated on erasing the marks of the war and correcting previous violation, an approach that has been vastly criticized in post-conflict literature. With the many problems in the old city of Aleppo, either pre-existing or emerging, there is a pressing need to contemplate a comprehensive vision that takes into consideration all the obstacles and potentials. A new master plan should be proposed for urban retrofit of the city, which includes relocating the functions that created problems for their location, the adaptive reuse of some properties, and the creation of new public spaces. In order to develop a strategy for reconstruction that aims at social cohesion and recovery, we need to look at reconstruction as a reparation program. According to Fandegest, the guiding principles for reparation programs are inclusivity, appropriateness, and effectiveness. Projecting these principles on reconstruction, the process has to include all parts of the society, promote social participation and contribution, be sensitive and culturally appropriate and feasible according to the existing circumstances. The recommended approach advocates for sustainability, encouraging reversible designs and punctual treatments, supported with periodic assessments to evaluate the effectiveness of the measures taken and to ensure a positive social perception. An important factor for a successful reconstruction strategy is to understand the value and the importance of each building. Understanding the value needs the help of a multidisciplinary team, because it's not only the cultural and historical value that matters, but also the social value. Furthermore, in the case of an armed conflict, the role played by these buildings during the conflict is important to acknowledge, either positive or negative. Regarding the historical value of the buildings in Aleppo, the urban legislation of the old city categorizes the properties into 7 categories: archaeological properties, distinct properties, properties that have special elements, the ones who that do not have special elements, new properties, multi-story buildings, and buffer zones. As mentioned, what is left is to assess the social value of buildings and their peace and conflict value, in addition to the economic feasibility of their reconstruction and their priority. According to that assessment, reconstruction priority could be categorized into first priority buildings, including monuments, symbolic buildings, and buildings that carry an ethnic value. It is inevitable to give a special attention to these buildings, because the quality of their reconstruction is key to social recovery and cohesion. Second priority buildings are the ones that are crucial to preserve the continuity of streets, sense of place, and the form of the urban fabric, which is one of the main characteristics of the old city that gave it the title of a World Site Heritage. The reconstruction of these buildings is recommended to be based on promoting public participation through grassroots funding campaigns and volunteering. Reconstructing these two categories of buildings would help to create touristic access that would form an income that could contribute to constructing less prioritized buildings. Third, fourth, and so on priority buildings would be reconstructed whenever funding is available. Until then, commemoration events could take place in these locations, which also contributes to social recovery through storytelling. Buildings that are not worthy of reconstruction are either valuable buildings that were severely damaged or completely destroyed, or the ones that have low to no value, such as new buildings and violations. If the building was valuable, then the remaining foundations, underground floors, and tunnels should be preserved and invested in commemoration processes. If it was not valuable, then the site should be excavated to expose older historical layers, and if there were none, a new building should be built that would fulfill a functional need in the area. Otherwise, an open space is an option, of course. During the whole period of reconstruction, assessments and public surveys should be made to ensure civic approval and the efficiency of the work done. And in the end, in order to preserve the old city, it is crucial to raise awareness about the value of built heritage, as well as promoting public participation and updating the law of antiquities and the urban legislations to become in line with the current post-war conditions. It is equally important to promote an inclusive center and develop touristic and commercial access. Also, the buffer zone should be developed to connect the new city with the old, limit car access, and house the functions that are lacking in the old city or are not appropriate for it, such as the administrative buildings around the perimeter of the citadel that used to create traffic issues. To conclude, there is no fixed model for reconstruction that could be applied everywhere, regardless of the geography, culture, and identity. What is constant is that the vision should stem from the society. Inclusive participation in decision-making is the best guarantee for the sustainability of what is to be reconstructed and the social recovery and well-being. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Munir, for this it's interesting piece of information. Any questions? No? Okay, so we'll wait for the last talking. Now we can have Mehrnaz Rajabi. She's going to talk about the step wells of Gujarat in India.
Good afternoon. I would like to present you part of my research that I have been involved within 4 or 5 years. The context of my research is located in the west of India. The focus is in the reflection upon whom and whose cultural heritage between two case studies, Rudabai and Dadahari stepwells in the Gujarat state. Maybe it's better for having general idea to start from what is the actual stepwell. The stepwell is historical underground water structure with the main functional role, I mean water supply for ordinary uses, and also for the irrigation of agricultural field. We can find this kind of water structure in the arid and semi-arid climate is very simple, because the problem of the water is very vital in those climates. But nowadays they lost their original functions. One of the most important reasons is the decline of water level, underground water level, and also most of important, maybe it's better to speak about some of them some of them are abandoned and degraded. Some of them became a center of attraction for a real estate market. But one of them, I mean the elaborated one, became the UNESCO World Heritage Site from 2014. But my case studies is located on in the same estate, but in different contexts and different districts. Both have the same historical, physical, and architectural settings, both constructed in the late 15th century. Typologically, they are linear with a straight stepped corridor, and more or less they have same architectural and decorative elements. But nowadays, both of them are declared by Indian Act as national importance and protected by the Indian government and Archaeological Survey of India, which is responsible for the protection, management, and maintenance of the monuments that are the national importance. Both are in the consolidated conditions and works like a museum. The first one is located in the historical near to historical village named Adalaj in the rural context, and the second one is located in the Ahmedabad city. In the industrial context, or let's say post-industrial context. We can see the condition, the actual condition. But what about the context? Both is located the context under the process of rapid urbanization and post-industrialization. For example, we can see the growth, the huge growth of Ahmedabad city, especially from 80s and 90s until now. For instance, the city, which in 2000 was the classical core city, from 2015 announced as a mega region of around 30 municipalities. As you know, like lots of cities in China and especially in Asia. But maybe it's better to speak for a better understanding to speak about the policies and decision-making processes. For example, the integrated mobility plan for Greater Ahmedabad region with the vision of so-called smart development is the first implemented program in India which is adopt both transportation plans and development plans together, considering increasing employment, increasing growth population, by and increasing employment by 70% from 3.1 million jobs to 5 million jobs in 2031. And the vision is to integrate city structure and transportation system toward greater accessibility, efficient mobility, and lower carbon future. In the case of Ahmedabad, in the case of Dada Hari Stepwell, based on the plan, Ahmedabad Urban Development Authority prepared a development plan by considering future population and economic growth by year 2021 and 2031. For especially considering the residential area in the context under my under investigation, and also we can see here the comparison between the year 2000 and 2018, especially in this part we can see the removal and the removal of local industries and residential extension. But in the case of Adalaj, also based on the plan, Gandhinagar Urban Development Authority prepared a development plan and also is considered heritage regulation in the general development control regulation. And in this regulation, Adalaj Stepwell is considered as a heritage grade 1, that no intervention permitted either on exterior and interior of the monument, but about the surrounding intervention is concerned by permission of the Heritage Conservation Committee. But another interesting policy is the National Tourism Policy in 2002. Based on this policy, also is prepared, is announced a Gujarat tourism policy that based on that, in the new study on several sites identify in the provision of the framework of the best practices. By that promotion, also the government of Gujarat decided to integrate Adalaj Stepwell as a gate of North Gujarat for further development within its context. So the new touristic facilities is constructed around the Stepwell, as well as is considered conservation, protection, and beautification of the site. As we can see, town planning scheme around Adalaj. And also comparison between 2002 and 2018, we can see that the removal of the agricultural field around the Stepwell, also the residential extension. We can see the residential extension around the, not only the Stepwell, but also around the historical core of the village. There are some issues and opportunities. Okay, I'm trying to. It's okay. For both India and Stepwell, more or less are the same, but in the case of Dada Harir, we can see the change of social structure are in the context, and so the economy in the post-industrial society is changed totally. And for both cases, also the opportunity of the some events, festival, and fundraising, involvement of local communities. We can see lots of things, and also in the trip, in the case of Dada Harir, treat is losing the identity of industrial context and consequently the staple itself. And about Adalaj is the fundamental, the touristic facilities have fundamental problem, and is related to the relationship between the monuments and the village also. In the trip, we can consider also loss of the critical time for the achieving the new project goal, shifting from win-win to win-lose scenarios from the villager and tourism and development and so on. But the issues, the general issues, is about the policy and decision making that is oriented to so-called smart development using cultural heritage in engines of so-called local development. That I think we have to consider local growth, not local development, as a center of attractiveness and speculation of real estate, and that policy is not oriented to the conservation, management, and protection. But what about local community? In both cases, we have to consider the poor people around both staples. The people are working in the factories and are living in the informal settlement, and shopkeepers, and the school, the children, the schools. But in 2010, also. I have to mention about one policies and act. One of them in 2010 is amended and validated one act that considered 100 meters around protected limits of the monument as buffer zone, and further beyond of prohibited area up to 200 meters in all direction as regulated area. As another one is national conservation policy, but for the first time in India is considered concerns about capacity building and building of partnership with multidisciplinary organization and institution, community participation and public-private participation, partnership in heritage conservation. In both cases, both act and policies is passed for the further protection, but we didn't see in both cases a step. And another one is the Indian visions of so-called small development exclude the true cultural value and identity of the cultural heritage. Maybe is it enough to recognize cultural heritage by central government and by top decision making as cultural heritage and as national importance? Maybe it's better to review some new finding of the European that cultural heritage as an engine of local development, not local growth, can be a creator of jobs, source of creativity and innovation, a catalyst of sustainable heritage, and so on. In that context, we have potential beneficiary that could be local people, poor people, professional practitioner, universities, and the last one is very important one, I think, the exceeding process of economic exploitation of residential extension and tourism development over the conservation program. Why I'm speaking the park conservation program? Because at first, I spoke about the policies that are not oriented toward conservation and management of cultural heritage. But it's better to consider conservation as a process. I mean, include investigation, prevention, maintenance, and if it's necessary, restoration, considering involvement of people in the process. Therefore, in this policy, require policy to able to involve citizen, NGOs, local professional, and last one, but important one, that is launched and relaunched by Prof. Stefano Della Torre, is preventive and plant conservation. Is a long-run strategy of integrated management of built cultural heritage. That is a strategy based on long-term vision, careful planning of uses and quality, information management, regular maintenance and control of environmental factors.
None? Thank you. Okay, any questions? So we'll get on to the next speaker. You have a question? Yeah, please.
It's a general question about tourism and cultural heritage and recovery. Do you think that tourism can generally be seen as a positive resource for recovery and for the use of cultural heritage? Or do you think it brings negative baggage?
No, I think it could be positive, but it depends. In this condition, it could be negative. But in the process, I mean, involvement of the community, considering all concerns that I already said, I think it could be a positive concern in the field of cultural heritage. But one thing that I'm trying to say, I try to say in this presentation, that is exactly based on those national tourism. It considers huge amount of facilities around the monuments that, in the case of Aula Magna, I'm speaking, that compare with Indian budget, I mean, they spend a lot of money for construction of this touristic facility, but actually 10 years passed from the construction of that facilities, and now is not active because of the lots of problem. The main problem is the accessibility to these touristic facilities, because I think that tourist facility, that national policy is based on the local growth only. It's not based on the local development that involving the cultural heritage could be engine of this local development, not local growth. Last one is based on the planning in India is based on the land use, as you said, based on land use and attracting the tourist by construction of residential area around this monument only for attracting the tourists, but is not oriented, is not considered carrying capacity for this monument, and also is not oriented to the conservation program and conservation as a process that I already said for this kind of monument. I think this kind of development, it could be negative.
Thank you. So Thank you. So we're gonna have Valeria Anibaldi and Mariana Rotilio who are gonna talk about post-earthquake reconstruction.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Mariana Rotilio and I'm a postdoctoral research of the University of L'Aquila. The research I'm going to present talks about the environmental criticalities and energetic potentials in the post-earthquake reconstruction. And my presentation is divided into some sections. We talk about the European directives, the Italian context, the reconstruction legislation, method used, the case study, and conclusions. The main research questions are the following. Which is the relationship between the rehabilitation process of historical buildings and the introduction of principles of sustainability in the reconstruction of the historical centers struck by the earthquake? Which is the state of the art related to the legislative tools to manage the relationship between historical center and principle of sustainability? Is the connection between historical centers and new technologies possible? How can we operate in the post-earthquake reconstruction context? The first directive, European directive about energy performance of building was the number 91 of 2002 that was born from environmental, economic and political problems. The main objective is relating to promoting the improvement of the energetic behavior of buildings by considering the climate and the environmental peculiarities of every country and ensuring the comfort conditions of the internal environments, costs and all. There were some general strategies, for example, the definition of an integrated calculation methodology, application of minimum requirements for new buildings and renovations, energy certification of buildings, and periodic inspections of the technical installations. This directive has been implemented by the state members in the following years. The following directive was the number 31 of 2010, always about the energy performance of buildings. This directive was very important because for the first time the European Community regulates the existing buildings, in particular in the article number 7. And from the among the paragraphs, the most important for the Italian context was surely the number 3, that states that member states should also take the necessary measures to ensure that the energy performance of the building elements that make up the building envelope and have a significant impact on the energy performance of the building envelope that must be replaced or renewed meets the minimum energy performance requirements as far as technically, functionally and economically feasible. Actually, the most important directive is the number 844 of 2018, and it is the European directive on the energy performance, and the member states will have to implement it by March 2020. In particular, at the beginning, at the point 18, the directive states that member states should encourage research into and the testing of new solutions for improving the energy performance of historical buildings and sites, while also safeguarding and preserving cultural heritage. This is a moment very important because at last there is a sense of awareness of the importance of the historical building and context, especially for the Italian context. which is the situation in the Italian context. Actually, there is a situation that presents two scenarios. The monumental buildings, for which it is possible to derogate to energetic directive, and the historical buildings, for which compliance with the legislative prescriptions is required, and often very restrictive and difficult to achieve. But this current legislation presents criticalities during the post-earthquake reconstruction, and this is the most important question, research question. How can we operate in the post-earthquake reconstruction context, obviously with the principle of sustainability? Context like this, for example, this is pictures of L'Aquila, in particular in Via Sallustio, in the immediately post-earthquake. Reflecting on this theme, on this subject, we had to consider the importance of some concepts. For example, the issues and practices that focus on sustainable process should be embraced. Principles that will allow us to use what technology makes possible and all the scientific and technical knowledge now widely available should be introduced. Implementation of sustainability policies must be based on the territory knowledge that allow to highlight environmental criticalities and energy potentials. In a unique word, we are talking about resilience. But in this particular scenario, we need to take into account the most important legislative tool about reconstruction, the reconstruction plans. This is a legislative tool that we have to respect when we are intervening in urban center, in a historical center. This PDR had to ensure the socio-economic recovery of the territory, Abruzzo territory, promote the reconstruction of houses, facilitate the return of the people that had been living in the temporary living quarters provoked by seismic damage, identify appropriate interventions to guarantee better safety of new constructions, survey the status of the current sites and others. But we have studied this reconstruction plan, but in all of the issues discussed by the plan, there is no references to introduction of any sustainability principles and to the new functional rules of these places, the urban center. And also the study of the state of the art has shown that there is a lack of references when the sustainability principles have to be applied on the built fabric, having its historical, environmental, landscape values and all. So we need to elaborate a methodology. Because the theme of rehabilitation raises complex questions and differing solutions as we can find some design strategies. We have elaborated a methodology that provides for two types of studies. The first one represents the knowledge and wants to take into consideration the features and the values of the minor center, and also wants to investigate the climate context. Finally, the last kind of analysis wants to take into consideration the needs of the new users, studying the environmental requirements. The process of compatibility of all these studies led to compatibility design through compatibility solutions, with a case-by-case logic. This methodology was applied to a case study, the city of L'Aquila, and this is a research under construction. The city of L'Aquila is a city rich in values, where we can find many kinds of values. In particular, I put in this slide especially architectural, historical, and constructive values. For example, very often we can find traditional stone masonry of a lot of types. For example, this is an abacus realized by Professor Borri, related typical masonry types of L'Aquila. After we can very frequently some traditional kind of floor, for example, double joisted wood floor or single joisted wood floor. The same for the vault, the stone barrel vault and brick barrel vault, or brick cross vault or ribbed vault. In the picture on the right, I have put a picture of Palazzo Carli, that was the building of the Rettorato in L'Aquila, and this is after the earthquake of 2009. After, you can find traditional system of roofs, for example, with single joisted wood roof or double joisted. Or minor elements, like for example, wooden shelf or stone frame, plaster cornice, portals, stone frames and accessories, angled solutions and stone facing, and other kinds. The second part of the knowledge is related, bioclimatic and biophysical analysis is related about environmental analysis. The bioclimatic study looking at the ventilation, level of sunshine, and any relationship between the urban fabric and climate, while the biophysical survey consisted of analysis of the land, vegetation, and water basins. In this slide, for example, the map of the road surface type in L'Aquila in the zone of Piazza Duomo. The synthesis of environmental analysis allow us to drawing the map of homogeneous zones. Homogeneous zones from the point of view of the environmental analysis. The aim of this map is to identify homogeneous zones in terms of bioclimatic, biophysical behavior, but also critical and potential aspects. For each zone, we identify a score for elevation, density of the urban fabric, and in particular from different seasons, winter and summer, we investigate the level of sunshine on the facadas, the level of sunshine on the roof, the ventilation, and the humidity of the ground. For example, in the zone A, you can read that we have a high level of sunshine on the roof and in the summer seasons. So it is surely a critical aspect, but at the same time it is important from the point of view of the potential to apply, for example, solar systems. The same. We can see the same for another zone, for example, the zone B, and for the others. These maps is important to identify climatically at-risk areas, but at the same time centers environmental potentials. And these are the most important elements that we are considering in the research. Thanks to all the analysis, we are elaborate the synthesis of the knowledge to individuate the objectives, the improvement of comfort conditions in the climatically at-risk area, and the use of the center's environmental potentials. And these strategies are developed for each homogeneous zones.
Sorry to interrupt, you are left with a minute only.
Okay, this is the
last minute.
Okay, this is the last. Not to worry. The guidelines are finalized upon the attainment of two objectives. On one hand, the improvement of comfort conditions in the climatically at-risk areas through project solutions aimed at implementing the agrothermal visual lighting and acoustic comfort. On the other hand, the use of the center's environmental potential. In the guidelines organized through summary sheet, for each one of the 6 categories, the complying solutions are identified. These project solutions are classified in function of the efficiency offered in the event of increased performance and compatibility. In detail, for example, with reference to the agrothermal comfort category, it was possible to apply that in summer, in the zone B, for example, the building at risk of overheating on the upper levels are quite well spread since the roofing is continuously exposed to the sun during the day. Starting from the critical condition, in the guidelines we can find its evaluation of gravity, the complying solutions, the performance offered by these solutions, and finally the research of compatibility. Now we can conclude. The aim of the elaborated guidelines has been to identify the issues that must be resolved or the potential to take advantage of in such a delicate historical moment for the town L'Aquila, to suggest to the architects the project solutions by leaving him the discretion to decide freely, with the only conditions that he must respect the specific historical context in which he must intervene. Thank you.
Thank you, Valeria. Do we have any questions from the audience?
I have one. Do you have a chance to actually apply this evaluation to any building or construction site?
No, it is. We have realized similar studies to minor centers in my PhD, but with the earthquake we are trying to apply the same methodology to L'Aquila, and it is under construction. But after we surely will need to improve on some buildings, some other case study more limited. Thank you too.
Just relating to the L'Aquila situation. So, when we were considering the reconstruction work on our building, which is in the centre of the city here, because we have apartments on the top floor with a lot of roof, we thought maybe, it's not visible from anywhere, it's possible to install solar panels to reduce the solar gain on the roof and to gain some energy. And my understanding is that there is a vincolo paesaggistico, a landscape listing
yes.
of the city centre, which means that it's just impossible. I wonder what your view on that is. Is this something that it's possible to push for change? Because that's something you have to get past if you're going to conserve energy and use, for instance, solar solutions. There has to be some flexibility.
I want only to see to make you see this part of the guidelines, because in the last part you can see buildings with risk of overheating in the upper floors. This is the analysis, and in the last column you can see compatibility research. For each solutions, you can find a level of compatibility. For example, for a ventilated roof, elimination of the historical roof, which is the consequence. So, at the moment, I'm going to operate on a building. I had to understand if there is a vincolo paesaggistico or other types of vincolo and decide. But with this guideline, a public administration can tell you, attention, you have this kind of problems and you have this possible solution. But after this evaluation could be improved.
the other question which came up at the time was, is there a way to invest in installing solar panels in places which don't have the restriction in order to compensate? Because it seems crazy in the 21st century when you're restoring buildings in a big city centre like this that this involves the installation of thousands of new gas heating systems in a place that in the summer is energy positive and could be a major, it could be a major energy resource to reuse certain areas for solar power. But nearly every house I've seen that's been restored, the heating is gas. There is no solar provision, so even water heating is done by burning fossil fuels. And it seems to me from the outside a really big missed opportunity in Aula has been to look strategically, they're working on a whole city, look strategically at ways of reducing the amount of fossil fuels used to heat and cool in the city centre. Just an observation.
Okay, with this, can I call all the speakers on the dais, please? So, any sparks for the discussion? Anyone? Okay, so I have, a point of view on what has been presented today. It's majorly that one can treat a disaster as an opportunity for the new development. Either it will be just treated as a trauma. So there are two aspects of it. It depends on you, the government or the people, how to look at it and in which direction to take it. Because disaster is something which is inevitable, we can't control it. Now here, once the disaster is there are so many facets of it which have been presented by three of the speakers, and you have presented in a different direction. My question is to Patricia. She talked about regeneration majorly, and where she had talked about legendary planners like Lutyens, who has also planned Delhi, our capital. But here the major idea which you have talked about is that the strategy is something which was there to continue old and new. That's what you have talked about. Now, what is your point of view after doing all this research, that what should be the right strategy for any post-disaster city to generate a bond? Thank you.
You speak about the Phoenix Initiative, the path between ancient and new. I think that is a good way to restart and reconstruct the identity of a city of like Coventry, because the path between ruins, ancient, of the city, of the medieval and the history of the city, and new buildings, very modern and with features in modern architecture is a good strategy. But is very important the old part and the excavation and the reminder of the old buildings of the city for reconstruct the identity, because Coventry, like other cities in Europe and in other parts of the world, need to its history. That the war completely destroyed. But is important also the modern interventions, because is a new phase of the history. The strategy, the intermediate strategy between old and new, I think is a good way to reconstruct the identity of the city. Probably the plan of Donald Gibson is too modernist, too much for the city that want an identity, an historic identity. And I think that now Phoenix Initiative is the intermediate way that can have a good results, I think.
Yeah, thank you. Continuing this, I'll go to Mehrnaz. Mehrnaz, you have talked about the step wells of India. Which are very well known as not just the center for water, but also the center for public activities and the major city centers, and also a shelter from the heat as well in that land. Now, here you have talked about a threat in which you have said that villagers and tourists are not actually coming up together, which is a very common phenomenon in India. You know, we see it in most of the cities. Whenever a tourism plan has been generated, it is very difficult to involve the community in the process. As you have talked again and again about the conservation process, and you have pointed out that community is missing from the aspect. How do you think that this aspect of community involvement can act as a catalyst strongly if it is involved, and how it can be involved? For example, what do you think, what's your point of view, how it should be involved in the policy making, as you have studied certain policies as well as I've seen in the presentation? Yeah.
Maybe it's better to speak the first about other logistics.
I think you need to switch it on. That one is working.
Okay, it's okay. Actually, in the case of Adalaj, it was very strange when I was in India because of the problem of the accessibility. It was very strange for me because when I take rickshaw from the city of Ahmedabad to arriving to the Adalaj, all people prefer to passing from the old road, not the ring one is newly constructed. And also, only for this part, I saw the ignorance of the people about the new strategies was based on the tourism, and another case is what related to the some people involved in the maintenance of the stepwell. Also, it was very interesting for me why the people involved in the maintenance of the stepwell is not between the villagers. All of them connected to the private sectors. That I think, actually I'm the first year PhD, PhD student. But I think in the case of Adalaj that I was studied, for the specialization school, and my thesis focused on exactly on the specific cases. I think the first one is start to protect the monument and the awareness of the monument, awareness between the people, the villager, and also in the policies. I think the main problem is the policies.
Yes.
But in the practical way, actually I don't know, because I started to open the discussion about how we can modify this context for a better using by villagers, involving of the villagers with tourists, and involving villagers with the physical program of the touristic facilities. But I think the first step could be starting. I'm not sure.
I think the simple way of concluding it could be they, for example, considering them as a monument, you take them back. You take them back from the people. You take it from the people.
Yeah.
So the major activity which was happening there, once you put protection controls and all, people get out of that place, and because of which the monument or the place becomes a space. The public aspect goes for a fix. And because of this reason, people are not able to, integrate with the process of tourism. I think that is the major thing. In the management plans, people have not. It's not people centric to a certain extent. It becomes either tourism centric or either monument centric,
yeah.
which is not a right approach, because the monument can only be alive with people to a certain extent. Thank you. With this, I'll further move on to Munir. Munir have talked about Aleppo, and it was a very interesting presentation, a lot of learnings. But here you have talked about the priority system for the building, which is a very interesting thing, which is part of all, any conservation plan which has been made in the world. The first thing is to stratify the classes of the buildings and to identify the values, value assessment and stuff. But here you have talked about something which is known as social value. Now, my question to you is, in this case of Aleppo, does that aspect has been fulfilled? Because you have strongly identified it in the first category, right, of the priority table. And if it is done, how it is done? Please.
Thank you. When you say fulfilled, you kind of give a hint that the reconstruction has already taken place, but it's not the case. Maybe it's something special in the case study that I'm doing, is that I'm expecting what would happen, and I'm proposing ideas about what should happen, because it's a case that it's happening now. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. But when I emphasized on the social value, there is something different in the case of Aleppo, is that heritage is alive. It's not a historic city that is just connected from time. It's not something that was in the past and it was discontinued and it was obsolete. It is something that before the war was alive, The traditions were there, the craftsmen's, and you go there as a local or as a tourist to smell the old city and to touch the history and the heritage of the place. So while I was studying architecture, maybe in the first few years, and the war happened, and I started seeing the images of the destruction of the buildings. And I was thinking, like, as a second year or third year student, oh, maybe we shouldn't restore what was destroyed. We just should focus on monuments. But I was definitely wrong at that time, because it's not only the monuments that we need to reconstruct. It's a heritage that was alive. It's something very important to the social life of people, especially the case of the souk, the old souks. It was the core of the identity of Aleppo, which is an industrial city, a commercial city that since the early ages, and it was in the one of the silk cities, since that time until now, and before the war, a few years before the war, an industrial city, one of the biggest industrial cities in the Middle East, was constructed next to Aleppo. So this spirit, there was a discontinuity because of the war. So that's why the reconstruction of these buildings that contribute to the social life of Aleppian people is very important. And that's why maybe it's a bit strange from other cases, but this is the case of Aleppo, and this is also an emphasis that you cannot have a standard strategy for every post-conflict reconstruction. Thank you.
Thank you. Any suggestions, questions? Okay. So we'll move on to Valeria. I'm sorry? Mariana, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, dear. Mariana Rotillo. Your presentation was totally about energy conservation, sustainable aspect which should be integrated with heritage conservation to a certain extent. Now, it is very interesting and an ironical fact that when we learn the word conservation, as far as I am concerned, when I've learned it when I was in school, you know, it comes with energy only in science textbooks, as far as I remember. It doesn't come with heritage. Heritage comes later when I came to architecture and studying urban studies and doing all that. So, but when one comes to conservation of heritage, one actually forgets sustainability to a certain extent. It has been considered as a very separate issue and kept separate. Now here you have tried to click on that, and you have talked about reconstruction legislation, which is a very interesting aspect, as you know, in most of the countries in the Asian land, you didn't find, you find a plan. You didn't find a legislation. There's a lot of difference between having a reconstruction plan or you know, any kind of renewable scheme, but and a legislation. Legislation is altogether a very different thing, and it's a big word. So when you said you have talked about sustainability is not being considered as the main aspect in the reconstruction legislation, I will like you to explain slightly, if the audience feels okay about it, that what is this reconstruction legislation, how does it work, and where do you think the aspect of sustainability fits into it? Because whatever you have explained about the energy conservation and stuff, that we all have understood as an architect, we actually appreciate it. But as far as this urban term is concerned, where you talk about the reconstruction legislation, can you please slightly elaborate on it? Please, can you pass the mic?
Just a specification that I'm talking about sustainability but in particular the main field of research talks about buildings or open spaces. So the aspect of sustainability is in real is a part of the sustainability, because I focus on energetic aspects. At the same time, the principal legislative tools that I researched in was energetic directives. It was very difficult research into legislation because the European directive has bring in Italy strange situations, because with in particular with the directive number 31 of 2010, there are great problems. This directive, in brief, tells us to improve the energetic behavior of single elements of the building fabric. And this is probably, from my personal point of view, an error, because in this way you lose the compression of the building as a whole. You can't operate only on the roof, only on the windows, only on the single elements of the envelope. And a part very negative was that in Italy there was economic incentives for these activities and for this kind of interventions. So I hope that with the last directive, the 844 of 2018, some things change, and will change and will improve from the point of view of historical buildings.
Okay. What do you think over it, Munir? Do you think it should be made part of
the sustainability?
Yeah.
Of course, whenever we go back to the point that destruction is an opportunity for development, and of course, when we rebuild, we have to build with sustainability measurements in order to build better.
True.
Yes.
Can it be made part of the policies in India, or it was? What do you think?
I don't think.
You don't think so? Why so? Why so? Why so?
Why so? I don't know.
That's a very nice answer. Anyways, yeah.
Can I know about Can I know your point of view?
No, I just wanted to ask that, as far as I know, the national policies which you have talked about, they always, keep aside the aspect of sustainability majorly. Either the idea is to generate economy, or either to boom up certain revenue generating, catalysts. Okay. So sustainability, as she mentioned, always being kept aside and not being made as a major aspect in the formation of the policies, especially in India. I've noticed that many times. But today, now it is changing with these new smart city policies which are coming up, where you're thinking of the energy conservation in a different manner.
Okay. Do you think is exactly a smart development?
No, it is not.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, everyone has their own definition.
No, I was scared about.
No, not at all. Everyone has their. See, the thing is, I can talk about my country. Yeah. There it is. Smart is. Everyone has their own definition for smart. Smart is a very fancy word to be used at every corner and edge.
You know, smart is digital, I don't know. Smart is history, I don't know. Smart is economy, I don't know. So I think everything is there in smart. So it's your definition what you tries to fit into.
Yeah, exactly. No, because of this, 2 times I said I don't know. Because I think I need. I studied in Italy, but my research is in India. One of the first things that I am doing is finding the definition of the all keywords in the field of cultural heritage and comparing with Indian definition and adopting as I learned in Italy with the definition of Indian about the heritage. Because of this, now in this level, I'm not sure exactly about all the definitions. I'm trying to find and adopt it, all of them. That is part of my research in PhD. Because of this, I am afraid to answer that.
That's why I said it was a nice and honest answer. Last but not the least, Patricia, what do you think? In 1950s, had anyone had Latins thought of putting sustainability in the scheme which you have discussed?
I think that is correct in the thing that said, I don't know the name, that the characteristics of a historic building are apart and different in various sides of the world. And sustainability is a good way for relaunch the historic city and the cultural heritage, but first is the conservation and the studied and the analysis like that made because is one part of the problem. But the first one is the conservation of the future, the historic features of the all.
The first thing which everyone thinks of, especially in 1950s, nobody can think of energy conservation because global warming was not the issue at that time. Anyways, on this note, I like to conclude this session of ours. Thank you all the presenters, speakers for your wonderful presentations. Thank you to the audience.
Just to reinforce what my wife said earlier.
Yeah.
So we're aiming to start at 9 o'clock with the first papers tomorrow. If you're presenting tomorrow, bear in mind that your session will be running early, unless you're in the very last session, in which case you'll be on the normal time. This is just because our keynote speaker, who is from the he's been forced to be somewhere else tomorrow morning. He's coming straight. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Those of you at supper.